introduce.
Oh, good morning, everybody. This is Al over at Game Dev HQ, and welcome. We are back again. Yesterday was an interesting adventure filled with a lot of errors and bugs and crashes, and yeah, let's have some more of that. Let's enjoy the experience. So yesterday, just to give you guys a head start or a heads up on what happened yesterday, I while I was working at home, I did kind of what we talked about before. I split the scene up into two. And in splitting the scene up, we have the. Let's see. Oh, we need to go over here. So this doorway right here is the one doorway that's going to be our next scene that comes in. And then the part one. This one over here, if we look at this environment, this has the 9 different environments attached to it. So it'll start up here in the stars office, and it'll come all the way down here to this doorway right here, which then they'll cut to the next area. Some of the things I had to do, because I kept crashing, and I can't guarantee I'm not going to crash some more today, is I had to switch my lighting mode from auto generate to where I have to actually click in the generation tab. So, just a heads up on that. I was continuously getting stuck on preparing light maps, and it's when you're dealing with real-time rendering and you're dealing with game engines, these errors are going to happen. It sucks that it started already, but not much we could do about it. So what in goodness sakes are we doing out here right now? What have we been doing for the last, I don't know, week or so on these live streams? These live streams, we've been building Resident Evil 2's police station. Now, we've been doing it using two things. We've been doing it with Unity Unity, and we are rendering it in the HDR pipeline, and we are also using Filebase. Now, what the heck is Filebase? Well, Filebase, I can run the commercial for you, but really quick, we started off with this beautiful Resident Evil 2 environment. We assembled this all in 2019.2, but you could do 2018.1, it don't matter. So we assembled this whole thing using Filebase. Filebase is a system that is built that connects directly to a library of assets that we hold in our on our drives. And it's what we kind of created as a way to develop courses and tutorials. And we knew that it took way too long to build assets for every single course. So we said, why don't we build a tool that could be greater than all tools combined, a tool that will be the ultimate game development tool. And it is a plugin that installs into Unity. This isn't an HTTP link. This is Unity's interface. And what it does is when you sign up for the Pro subscription, you get access to all of our assets. So we built this entire environment, start to finish, the main lobby, this room's here, all these hallways, over here, the news conference room. We have this little photograph room, dark room where they can develop the photographs. We have this area that leads into this hallway right here, and we have the police station hall, STAR's office. Now let's just really look at what we have going on here. We have, I think 10 different room textures. None of these room textures are the same. None of the floors are the same. None are repeated. They're all unique and specialized to this environment. We have desks, chairs, boxes, crates, blood, garbage cans, all the doors, all the piping, all the computers and the desks and just the lights itself, all this stuff, railways, banisters, yada, yada, yada. And it consumed a whole 63 asset packs. I can actually look into my view downloads and see all of the assets that I actually used to build this entire environment. 63 out of 1,049 potential game assets. That is insane. And we built this library to be insane. If you want sci-fi, you just click on that and you get a whole bunch of sci-fi stuff that you could use, including hallways, environments, rooms, etc., etc. If you want medieval, we got stuff that matches that. We built this whole tool to be a great resource for you, the indie developer, the young developer, the person who is trying to dive into game development, to use this to actually, start actually building a game versus going onto the asset store and just buying and spending money and dropping, $20 here, $30 here, $50 here, $100 here, and just consistently racking up debt, only to find out that, I need X amount of assets. I need an artist. I need this. I need that. I need this. It would have been nice to have some sort of not an a la carte solution, not a point-based solution. I want a buffet solution. I pay one price. I eat as much as I want, and then I go from there. So that's what we created, and we give it at a really good price. The price. Oh, hello, New York. The price is really simple. It is the regular subscription for the Pro, and this is just the file-based portion. This doesn't include the actual courses and tutorials that teach you guys how to become a game developer. This doesn't include the 2D shooter, the new 2.5D, and the third-person shooter. This is part of the third-person environment that we're creating right now. We'll have that course out pretty soon. It doesn't include the AR tutorials or the 2D mobile app or anything like that, or even the C# guide. That's included in the Pro membership right now for $150 a year. But if you sign up now using the discount code FCorona2020, you get it for $100 a year. That's like $9 a month. And why did we do Corona 2020? Well, because we're all stuck at home right now. We're all stuck here waiting for this virus to eventually die out so that we can all go back to work and be productive again. So what we're going to do is we've already built this level. We've already assembled this whole thing. So from here, and I'm just going to close this project out because I really don't need this up anymore. We took this in, we exported these into pieces, and we brought this in to our project. And right now we're using Unity's HDR pipeline. Now, there was nothing special that we did with this. In fact, we could turn off these filters, and it's the exact same hallway that we had before, except now we're using what Unity does well, which is the pipeline to make sure that we take this from, this is something that is kind of cool, kind of neat, to, whoa, we just jumped from, okay, this is barely tolerable, to, okay, I can make a video game out of this. I could take this and I could sell it. I can put this up on a Steam. I could put this up on a another, I don't know, some sort of online store or something like that. But HDRP, it does have its beauties and it does have its flaws that we're finding. Some things work really well, some things don't. So we're kind of figuring our way through this. So yesterday we stopped because I kept running into this dang hallway. And I was getting these like magical shadows that would appear everywhere, kind of like here. I got this magical box that is appearing and casting a shadow out of nowhere. I have no idea where this is coming from. So I'm kind of taking a step back, and what I'm trying to do is this. I'm gonna save this one. I'm gonna go to RE2 part 1. And I said, let's take a big step backwards here. And I want to see this from a different light. So I'm going to go back to my Raccoon Police Department office up here. And what I'm thinking about doing, and it kind of hit me a little bit this morning while I was taking a shower, and I was working on this last night. All right, if I got these post effects in here, and this room looks really cool. But should I try to get this to look good without post effects first and get the lighting set up correctly? And then we'll worry about the post effects afterwards. So, I was thinking, let's test this out because this may be a good solution to what we want to do. So inside of each one of these areas, I have a post and a reflection probe. So I could turn off the reflection probe and I don't see anything. But I could certainly turn off the post-production. And here's the first thing I noticed is that everything got really dark. And it got so dark that I was starting to wonder, what if the situation here isn't necessarily, Unity's having a problem? It's that my post-production is altering the image so much, but it's like starting from a really poor image. And maybe we need to work on this to where we're not focusing on such a poor image. We're focusing more on a good image that just needs some help. So I wanted to do a quick test here. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to go to my lights. And, I got these set up as a point light for these particular fluorescent tubes right here, right? And I got post-processing turned off. Let me turn on my light. Now, if I am correct, I'm going to go to my ceiling and my props, and I'm just going to remove the static. And I'm going to click on auto generate, and this should only affect things that are, let's see, this is mixed. So I should be able to see this in reality. So why is it so dark? If I jack this lumen up, now I'm starting to see it a little bit, right? So what's the deal here? Why is it so important that my post-processing is turned on to see anything visible? It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't. This should be something that kind of just sits and looks good on its own. So I'm curious. I'm going to hit the clear out my baked data, and I'm going to go to auto generate. And I think I want to mess around with these lights real quick, because I also feel like the area light, okay, let's set this to 500. That intensity, 200. Like, look at the change in intensity. I mean, it's not even close to like an average. So, like, okay, do you see this? This is weird. I go to 300. And as I adjust this, we could see the lighting is something's funky is going on. Like something really bizarre is happening. I don't know what's going on, but I think it has maybe something to do with my lights. So, I'm just curious. Let me go ahead and create a new, let's say, point light or an area light. There we go. I'm going to create a new area light. And I'm just doing this as a test. I'm going to turn on my gizmos so I could see what direction my light is going. And then I'm going to delete this old point light. Okay, here, actually, let's go delete this air. Let's go to our fluorescent. I want to edit this prefab. I am going to remove this point light, which should take that point light out of every prefab, right? And out of curiosity, I'm just going to add a new light and a new point light and see if the cause of my problems isn't my post-processing. It may be just the fact that this light is effed up. Over time and running different prefabs and switching it from an area to a point to an area to a point, did that mess everything up? And what I may end up doing is just saying, all right, I'm going to promise myself I'm not going to switch lights. I will just test new ones to see if they work. So, I'm going to go ahead and grab another light in here. I'm going to add in a area light, and I'm going to add in a spotlight. So I could at least see all three in action. And maybe this will help me figure out what I'm doing wrong, because there definitely is something I'm doing wrong. So let me just kind of zoom in this, and we'll take a look at all three, and then we'll do turn on our post-production, and maybe we can get down to the bottom of this mystery, because it's keeping me up at night, and I don't like to lose sleep. Okay, so I'm going to go to my point light right here. Now, the point light is a light that yeah, no, you're right, Adam. There was a lot of the area light doesn't work with volumetrics. The point light does, but I want to test all of them to see which one is causing problems, which one isn't. So I'm going to do a mixed mode right here. And I'm going to change my radius to something a little bigger, so it's not creating that huge bright splash up there. And I'm going to adjust my color temperature. This one's going to be a little cooler. And my range is 10. And I do have a feeling that my ranges, because they're cutting into other lights, are also causing problems. I'm going to turn on shadow maps. And I'm going to leave this just like that. All right. So now I just want to add my point light cookie texture. And let's see, I think I need to adjust, where is the shadow? Where's the shadow? Okay. So I think I need to aim this downwards, sort of like this. And this could be the point light for this area. And so that's number one. All right. Let's test out number one real quick. So I'm going to go to my fluorescence and hit apply all. And that's going to apply this light effect to all of my lights in my scene. Now, let's take a look at the intensity. All right, this intensity is at 600 lumen. The other one's intensity was at like 10. I think there was something between switching lights that caused this thing to freak out. I want to test this. So I'm going to go to my ceiling walls and my props. Actually, let's go to my point light. Volumetrics is set to 100. But we won't see volumetrics until we turn on post-production, so that doesn't matter. But right now, with post-production off, here's what I see, and it's pretty well lit. You know, if we do 800, and let's do our point light or my fluorescent and apply all. Okay, interesting. So we're still getting some weird light fighting. So this light isn't even turning on. I'm curious if I reduce the range to, let's say, just this. Look at that. So now do I see all 6 lights? Let's test that. Nope, I don't see all 6 lights. Let me get it to reflect on itself just a little bit more. Okay, I see 1, 2. Here, I'll kill the cookie for right now, just so we can maybe break this down. Okay, now I see all 6 lights, right? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I increase the range just a little bit, so let's go to 4. Apply all. All right. I see all 4. Let's increase this range a little more. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Look at what happened. Look at what happened right there. That light disappeared. Now those sets. So, okay. All right. So we see something here. There's got to be something that says if you have lights within range of each other, they will shut each other down. And is there a priority in these lights? Okay, so let's take a look at these lights. Indirect multiplier, every frame. If I turn off the shadow, does the shadow cause the light to disappear? I bet you it does. Okay. All right. So we see something here. It's if we have too many lights and we have shadows interrupting them, one of those lights will turn off. Right? I mean, it seems kind of logical at this point. So does that mean we have to reduce the amount of bulbs in here, or do we have to almost manually have certain lights that cast shadows and certain ones that just illuminate the scene? All right, let's test that out. I'm curious about this. All right, so I'm going to enable my shadow map. And I'll hit apply all. And I know this is going to turn, let's say, this light off right here, which is this one. What if I click that point light and I turn off shadow map? And what if I click this point light and turn off shadow map? Okay, so these 2 lights are not emitting a shadow. And they sit between these 2, right? So 4 lights are touching. Stack Overflow says this is a Unity thing. All right, there we go. We're starting to solve a problem right here. And this isn't a little problem. This is a major problem because this could affect the way we design lighting in our game. If we put too many lights together and lights are like, oh, I give up. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay, so now I'm going to apply my cookie texture back on. So this is the point one. And let's go and we will... Oh, actually, I should have done it to this one. Let me apply my cookie. And I'm going to apply all. And I'm going to go back to these 2 point lights and make... Oh, the shadow map's already turned off. These shadow maps are turned on. All right. All right, so let me take a look at this point light. And I want to see... All right, so you see where the lens is. You can see it based on this little circle right here on this back wall. So we want this lens to point downwards. So it looks like 90 is the degree that we want to point it at. And let's see. Oh, Oh, Adam says change the light mode from to important. Rendered mode. Let's see. Mixed, real time. These are light layers. Those don't matter. I don't think rendered mode is on here. Let's double check. I also didn't know about these things. Did you know about these things right here? There's like extra info in every one of these lights that is available. If it has a little cog on it. I didn't know that. I'm like, what? Why hide that? Yeah, I think that light suggestion you're talking about, that works on the standard. I remember it specifically on the standard mode. I don't remember seeing that in the HDR pipeline. I think they may have taken that out. All right. So, okay. So we got these lights. We got shadows over here. We got shadows over here. These ones aren't committing a shadow. We got a certain range. I'm curious about the range. If I wish I could adjust the fall off range, because this light falls off. There's like different curves in 3D that you can use. In actually, let me check this out. Project settings. Graphics. Nope. Let's check out our pipeline. Settings. High quality lights, light quality settings. Those don't even drop down. Yeah, I don't know where it may have gone. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely something here. Okay, all right. So, all right, this looks good. Illumination wise, this room looks good. So if I go to my post-processing and I click on my reflection probe, I'll turn that on, and I'll go to my post-processing, I turn this on. Okay, now my scene looks drastically different, right? And it's a lot because of the attenuation of the fog. You know, I could bring that somewhere in the middle. You see my exposure doesn't have to work too hard. This is it without exposure. This is it with exposure, and I could adjust the compensation right here. So this works. It's not a very good looking image. You know, let's be honest. There's a fade distance under shadows. Okay, so let's test this out. Point light, there's a fade distance under shadows. All right. This will be interesting. Let's see. If I go to my fade distance, what does it say? Sets the distance at which shadows fade before HDRP culls them completely. This minimizes popping. So that's well, I think we could. That's a pretty easy demonstration. You know, if you set this to like 5, I have to get close before the shadows show up. So if we're going to talk, so that wouldn't benefit, because if I have a scene like this, I have no shadows, and then when I get close enough, the shadows pop in, and that's pretty obvious right there. I don't know if that is necessarily going to work. What is this link light layer? When enabled, the light layer property in the general section specifies the light layers for both light and for shadow. When disabled, you can use light layers properly below by specifying the light layers for shadows being separated to lighting. Oh, ooh, okay. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. What if I select these two lights in the center, and instead of just the light layer default, I set that to light layer default. Oh, still doesn't work. Yeah, I mean this it looks like this is a real issue when it comes to Unity right here, and the way the shadows play is it can't have multiple lights running into each other. Okay, so this is the point light. All right. We tested this out. We see that the only solution for this, in all reality, is we got to turn off certain lights that generate shadows. But now we lose the shadows all in the center of this room, which it really takes a lot of the drama out of this room, if you ask me. I mean, and then it's like, do we do something drastic? Like we say, all right, we're going to cut these two lights and just leave it like this. I mean, this may be an option, but here's where we get into uglies. And I like to refer to this as uglies. Okay, if I turn off my post-production, what's happening right here, and I think this is a reflection probe, is we have a reflection probe in this scene. Let's turn this back on. Oh gosh. So it just, this looks so blown out in some areas and so nasty under others. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, well, let me do that real quick. Adam, all right, I could set this to, right now it's light layer default. If I set this to light layer 1, so now anything that's under light layer 1 is going to be lit by these particular lights. Nothing is set to light layer 1. And I don't think this is going to be any different than just turning these off. You know, I don't know if that's going to necessarily work. I mean, it's an interesting look, and it provides some interesting shadows. I don't know. That sucks, though. Like, truthfully, this sucks because I want to be able to use these area lights. Okay, so let's say we have to skip on the point light. Let's say we have to just say, all right, let's try something different. So I'm going to turn off point light, and I'm going to turn off my post-processing and probes. And I'm back to this room, and I'm going to turn these are still set to dynamic, so that's okay. I'm going to turn on area light, and let's see how this pops. All right, so I'm going to press F to focus in on this light. I will bring this up higher, and I'll bring this in tighter. Now, there's a couple options for these area lights. There's the real time, and then there's a mixed. So let's do a mixed, because I want to be able to bake this information in. Hello, Cloud. So this is 200 lumen. I would say this 200 lumen is probably brighter than the 800 lumen we had on a point light. I don't understand why, but I think it is brighter. Okay, the other, so let's see what we can do here. I'm going to take my color temperature and bring this up to be cooler, and I'm going to enable shadow maps. All right, so I got some shadows. We can even, I'm sure in the shadow maps we can increase the accuracy, and oh, we have a shadow cone here. We could probably make this wider, so everything in the shadow map gets, everything within the cone gets a shadow map. Let's see, this is a medium. I'm curious what high looks like. Oh, nothing too spectacular there. Okay, so we got shadows turned on. We got a shadow cone. We don't have a cookie attached to it. So let's see what we'll hold off on the cookie. Let's just get this all tested out. Apply all. All right. I think we just ran into the exact same issue in Unity. We could test this by turning off these two shadow maps. Boom. All of our lights turn on now. Okay, so we got a really big issue. This is not one light getting this effect. This is multiple lights getting this effect. Okay. And I don't believe with what you call it, this, I can actually affect the range of an area light. I believe an area light is just, this is how far it shoots. You got to live with it. The only thing I can do is adjust the intensity. So let's go ahead and try to bring the intensity down, because this room is way too hot, which is now we're running into this other issue where why is one 600, 800, and why is one 25? It's the scales are really bad. So if I do 75, so this would be the room with an area light. If these area lights, and these even have shadows, and I ain't seeing much, you know, maybe you guys are seeing, but I think that these lights are killing the shadows immediately, and nothing is being baked in or casted in. And we'll test this all in the bake, but let's get these lights to the point where they're tolerable. So I'm gonna go ahead and grab a cookie and place that on this area light, and then let's do an apply all, and then we'll bring these area lights up to, let's say, 150. Let's see. 300. Okay. Apply all. Cookie doesn't look very good. It just kind of dims the light itself. We don't get any of that nice shading from that cookie. So, all right. I don't know if this is a really good option. I don't know if these area lights, until they add some sort of fall off to these lights, I don't know if these are really good. We can use tube or disc, but now we reduce, but we could test this out. Now this is the tube, and bam, it is bright. But these would generally fit in sort of like this. But two lights are real-time only, and these look like they don't support a cookie. So I mean, it's so limited right now. Not really good. Not really happy with this. Okay. So I'm not excited about any of these options with the area light. So I'm just going to turn the area light off, and let's turn on spotlight. And this is kind of like the third and final option that we have as far as lighting goes. Fundamentally, though, we have a big issue. Is we have this cone. So let's take a look at some other options. We have a box light. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what we could do with that. I'd like the cone, but it's pretty freaking limited, and this box doesn't look too appealing right now. So let's see what we got here, though, because I'm really open to any option at this point. We can enable shadows. Unfortunately, I wish this box allowed a spread. It just doesn't seem to. So I don't know if that's going to work. So we may have to just go with, instead of a box, a cone. And we do a wide cone that gives us a good angle. We do a decent range. We do something like this. Okay. With that done, the intensity is really hot. at least seemingly right here, before we put on a cookie. So we'll bring this down. But I see these shadows, and these shadows look good. These shadows are what we want. We want that kind of dynamic hot and cold area all through here. And let's go ahead and give it a little color temperature so it's not a bright white light. It's a cooler light. And okay. We have volumetric set. We have all this other stuff set, right? Okay. Now let's go to our fluorescent light and we'll hit apply all. Okay. So we do have lighting. Now, do we have the same issue? Yes, we still have the same issue. Without a doubt, we have found the culprit of why our lighting is so spotty. Is I could turn off the shadows here, and now my shadows come in. But I lose all my shadows in this area. So this is horrible. Is there an option here? Okay, I just had an idea. What if I set these from not mixed to just baked? Now, let's try this. I go to my hallway, decal and props, and I turn these on to static. Now I'm going to generate lighting. Now let's see if these two lights right here. All right, let me select these two again. I'm going to turn on enable baked shadows, generate lighting. Okay. So what if I tricked Unity and said, you don't have to do these two shadows in real time? What if the lights that are causing issues, I set those to just bake lighting, but those aren't real-time lighting? Okay, all right. Let's play with this idea. If I turn on now my post reflection probe and my post processing. Okay. So I lose my volumetrics from these middle two lights. But I still get my shadows. But now these are like really super harsh shadows. Super bright, super intense. And I don't think, it doesn't look like you're going to get volumetrics with baked shadows. Let's verify this, because I don't want to commit myself to something without knowing this first. Unity, HDRP, bake, lighting, volumetrics. Okay. Volumetrics. To enable this multimetric line. Okay. Volumetric lighting. High quality. If you want to increase the resolution, let me see. Atmospheric scattering, rendering, Can I get volumetrics on baked lighting? Because if that's the case, we may have to go to the baked lighting concept. Density volume. Let's see. HDRP lighting component. I don't see anything yet. Can you make baked volumetric light? Yeah, this is what I want to know right here. Can you make baked volumetric light? Really? I have to buy something? Okay. I hope that's not the solution. Because that would really suck. Okay. I'm curious. Because I know Unity has had to have had this issue already. Like, this isn't this isn't a volumetric issue. All right, it looks like there's a bunch of paid for options, but I don't see the built-in Unity volumetric that will make this work. And it looks like, you know, I could possibly just switch these all to baked, but then I lose my glow. So let's just test this out of curiosity. Because I'm fine with that. If I have to do that, that's fine. We will just we'll use light probes to make the entire scene work. All right. If I go to, this is a spotlight, so I think I'm going to use cookie here, right? And then I'll do apply all. And then I will clear the baked data. So let's do this and then generate the lighting. These have the cookie. Wow, this intensity is super hot. So let's bring this down to like 150. Apply all. Clear the baked data. Let's see. Is this all 150? 150? 75. Woof. Bring it down. Let me make sure I turn off post-processing because I want to make sure I see this. Spotlight. I guess right around here is where we would be good. So then I'm going to go to my fluorescent light, hit apply all. These would be the spotlights in the room. I think we're going to lose volumetric lighting. It's a bummer. I'd like to keep volumetrics. I think we almost may have to either have a plugin or a faking of it. But in that way, I can keep realistic shadows and still have realistic light bounce. Because right now, this doesn't look good. This looks bad. If I hit generate lighting, you know, the difference is all through here. I'm not excited about in the slightest. I don't think this looks good. I think this looks actually pretty bad. So I don't know if the spotlight is going to work in this section. So let's kill this. Let's see if we can go back to area light with shadows. We're going to go rectangle with shadows. Baked. Now, let's test this out. I'm going to get this the right size. I'm going to clear out my baked data. And I'm also going to make sure, yep, my post-processing is turned off. Okay, let's go ahead and make sure I have my cookie installed. I'm going to adjust my intensity a little bit so it's a little brighter. And I hit apply all. Now, what is with this? This one has 2 spotlights turned on. Let's turn those off. I don't want those 2 spotlights on there. If you don't want if you want this in VR, yes, no, you're 100% right. You want big shadows anyway. And you know, maybe we're going in the right direction here. So we'll test this out. I know we can get this to look good, but at the same time not kill us processing wise. But also, you know, to me it's important that we not only in just making this look good, we make sure that we don't have these errors or this these errors of running and building something and they choke on us. Let's see, lights. Yeah, I believe we have believe we were using spotlights in the last one. Directional lights are out of the question, and these 3 have nothing to do with lighting, even though they are in the lighting tab. Okay, so let's go here, apply all, and all these area lights look correct. So then I'm going to hit generate lighting. Look at that. That's hot. Really hot. All right, that's not going to work. That looks like garbage. All right, let's clear this baked data. That was awful. Okay, clearly too hot. So let's go down to 200. And we will apply this override to all of them. Whoa. What happened there? Okay, apply 200. Let's generate that lighting. We're getting closer. All right, let's cancel. Clear this light map data. Let's go 50. Generate that lighting. Okay, so now we're getting this nice little even amount of lighting. Now let's go. We got these nice shadows here. Everything is well lit on this side. Now, let's see. These lockers look like poo. So let's verify. Why do they look like poo? It's almost as if they... these are set to static. It's supposedly right. Okay, let's test this out. Let's turn on our post-processing stack. And let me turn on and off my reflection probe. And let's just adjust my exposure a little bit. Okay. This is not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's certainly not the greatest thing I've ever seen. In a lot of ways. I think one of the first things is it's very flat. Like the reflections, even though the probe is correct. Well, I'll double check this, but the probe... Let me make sure that this probe is correct. Okay. So we got that in there. Let's take a look at our reflections. Where'd they go? They are nowhere to be seen. Everything looks completely flat now. Even if I go over to this area, I should see a reflection. I'm not seeing anything. Okay. Why is that, sir? Why do you not see that? Okay. Let's see. Current HD power asset. I know in HDR pipeline reflections, we can turn on screen space reflections. Okay. So where are my reflections? Fascinating. They're gone. So where does... Yeah, absolutely, Zacho. If you can, post that stuff up. We love seeing it. Okay. Unity, HDRP, reflections, baked. What? On my screen, you must have reflection pose Mamblaze, sky reflections, reflections on HDR probe. Where is my reflection? Okay. I'm going to start with this floor. Let me select this floor. Let me take a look at this material. There's my base map. All right. Now look at that. That has a reflection. I can adjust the smoothness on here, but my reflections in here aren't showing up. Is that because, out of curiosity, the light is baked? And because it's baked, we could test this real quick. If I do mixed for this one particular area light, or actually, hold on. I don't need to do that. I know what it is. If I click this, let me see if I bring my emission up. Does that reflect off the floor? All right, you take care, Beggy. I'll just be troubleshooting this because this is causing me a lot of heartache. Okay, I clear this. Look how beautiful this room is all of a sudden. Let me do an auto generate again. And it kills the probe. This is so fascinating. All right. What is going on? Any clues here, folks? Any clues? That killed all my color on my object, which is not what I wanted. Something's up with the lighting here. So I need to figure this out. I know I could figure this out. Standard. Yeah, no problem, Zach. I know. It's just this is so weird. What is a coat mask? Let me read this. Attenuate the coating effect. I'm curious. If I need to have a coat mask to get these reflections to work. Let me look at this asset and see if I got something that we may be able to play with here on my other computer. So in here, I'm going to go to current jobs. What is this? This is floor 8. Assets. GDHQ. 3D. No, I don't got anything for that. I'm curious. Floor 8 coat mask. That's still not a good resolution for the lack of reflection. Man, this is a tough one. I'm actually pretty disappointed because this has changed the overall look of my level. And truthfully, and I hate to admit this, but the only way I see this getting back to where it was is if I turn these off, I go back to my spotlights, turn these back on, set this to real time. Let's see. Oh, such tough decisions. Bouncing between this real time and this bait can be a real problem. So what is the solution? Let's see. If I go with these two objects, turn these off from static. But now I get this. Let's see. Now this prefab's not working. Oh my goodness. Come on, Unity. Oh, now my prefab broke. Dang it. This was going so smooth. All right. Let's take these. We'll turn these off manually. Turn these on. Let's do 600. I'll turn off my post-processing for right now and my reflection probe. And then let's say this area light. This is set to real time, which now I don't know if it's even seeing anywhere. There we go. Decisions, guys. It's the lighting. It's these lights. I'm curious if there's a way around it. That's interesting. Uncheck area volumetrics on the spotlight. Let's test that out. Do we have to do a double light here? And enable it on the area light. The area light doesn't have volumetrics. Yeah, volumetrics isn't supported. It was an interesting idea. RV is I think what he or she was thinking was you put volumetrics on area and then you ignore volumetrics on the spot. So you get the light from the spot, but you get the volumetrics from the area. Fortunately, that doesn't work. But what if... Okay, oh, here's an idea. Okay, I'm going to throw this at you guys. All right, okay, hold on. Okay, spotlight. What if I turn the spotlight and this stays real time with volumetrics? So let's do like 0.8 and 0.8. So I got some range. But I set the light layer. Where's light layer? Where's light layer? Light layer, light layer. Shape, emission. Oh, right here. Light layer. I set this to like 1. And I turn off the default. So now this light doesn't generate any lighting on the entire scene. Okay. So all this spotlight is for is simply just volumetrics. So if I turn on my post-production, which is right here, all I see is I see this light, right? And let me bring these emissions down. That green. Okay, so now this light right here, which is this spotlight, is generating. I don't want even to cast shadows. This is just generating volumetrics. So I can move this basically anywhere. And if I move this into the center of the room, if I move it up close, push it to the side, you see how it generates no light on anything. All it is a volumetric, like, piece of dust right there, right? So then I take this and I set this right here, and I can even expand this volumetric to something like that. And I will adjust the radius so it's not so close. Where is this? Let's do 0.3, right? So here's the radius of my volumetric light. Oh, you know what, RV? You were on the idea, and it was just there. It was just there. It was like you had the right idea. I love it. 0.3. Okay, so this light affects those areas, but it's not generating any lighting. Then we have the other light, and this light is the baked light. And this is the baked light that actually illuminates the scene, right? So if we were to set this to baked with shadows, all right, I'm going to apply all. All right, and then I'm going to make sure I turn on all these spotlights. Right. Okay. And then I take these two and I set these to static. Yes, change to children. Now I'm going to generate the lighting. Okay, so the area looks like poo. I think we've kind of talked about this already. I'm going to turn off area. Let me switch these to a point light. Area. Let's cancel. Area. Let's hide the areas. We'll go to a point light. And we'll turn these on. Okay, I'm going to clear out my baked reflect data. And for these, I'm going to take this to default. All right. And then I will apply this to all. All right. I think we may have found a solution here. And then once we do that, let's go ahead and generate the lighting. And then I'll go ahead and make sure my reflection probe is turned on. And hopefully I can get some of these reflections back. All right. So I'm starting to see some of the specular come back into my scene. I see it on the floor. I see it on my environment. Okay. All right. So, and I noticed that my spotlight, which is my volumetric, isn't turned on here. So I'm going to turn these on. Okay. All right. Okay. So if I enable the shadows, and then I will clear and generate. Okay, if I set these to just bait. I feel like we're close. Okay, let me just relabel this so I know exactly what each one of these is. Okay, so if this is the spotlight that is creating the volumetrics, let's get this right. I'm not really seeing this volumetric enough, and I want to know if the fog okay, so I could see it there. It's just really, really dim. So I'm going to take these. I'm going to jack these up more. So let's do 600. And this is all real time with no lights. Apply all. Okay, and where's that post processing? Let me turn off exposure. Okay, so I definitely see that volumetric occurring. All right. It's really bright over there, really bright over there. And in fact, I think let's set this back to 400. I think we may have to add shadows separately, which I don't want to do. Shadows should be baked, and then the real-time lighting. Gosh, this thing's turned into a monster. I wonder how bad this is going to be performed now. But it's all about testing. Point light. Let's see. I got my cookie point. This is currently my baked light. Can I set this to mixed? And will it still have the issue of cutting into other light sources? All right. Okay, so that's, I'm killing the light data. I'm hitting generate lighting. All right, let me adjust the fog a little bit. So we'll set this at 100. And then let me go back to my emission. All right. So this is interesting. I am slightly getting a glare. And let's see. So am I getting this because my light source isn't strong enough? Like I get a slight specularity right there. So let's play with this. It's at 800. That's still very bright. If I set this to none, would that specularity pop out? And I'm curious if I went to real time, clear bake data. Yeah, I definitely see the specularity more. Let's see. Is there anything about adjusting this range? What is range? It allows you to enable or disable rain attenuation. Having to set up a large range for a light to get correct inverse that may leak out the door. Oh, that's what that is. If I set the cookie on that, though, now I still see it. So that's what range attenuation is. Let's see. Let's see. Controls the intensity of indirect light being contributed to the scene. A value of 0 will cause real-time lights to be removed from real-time global illumination. Indirect lighting has no effect when both are thought out. Let's see. When I switched it to real time, these point lights, I don't know if this is going to kill my performance, but this looks significantly better because it's reflecting the probe. Here, we can reset that. Now, these all need to be baked. How much does this affect things? I still see reflection. Is this the magical formula right here? Is this where we need to be? Yeah, basically, RX, all of my surfaces have lost their reflective quality. Okay. So, thus far, this looks like a very promising solution. I don't know why this one is small. You know what I'm going to do? I should just set all of these to 1. Here we go. Let's see. Where's this fluorescent light? The FBX fluorescent light 2. I'll just go to my model and set it to like 0.6 and hit apply. And then I'll set all these to 1. So I don't have to keep dealing with any of this size issue with them. Okay, so this so far looks the best. But I don't know as far as performance, because we got these lights and we got a point light set to real time that's casting real time shadows. If we're going to run into some performance issues. But the bonus here is, since these are set to static, I could still occlude these. And this may solve a pretty significant issue that we're having. All right, so I'm going to go through here, select these, and delete these area lights. Oops, let's go here. Delete this area light because we don't need it. So we have the point light, which is meant for shadows and specular reflections. And then we have the spotlight, which is purely meant for volumetrics. So 0.6. So if I do a quick update, apply all, let me turn on and off this reflection probe so it fixes itself. Let's clear this baked data. Let's generate new baked data. And these go pretty quickly. And I haven't even adjusted the exposure yet. So I could turn on, this exposure tab and do a sort of compensation for it. And let's see if screen space reflections take effect. Not really, because I'm not getting a reflection. So let's see. I'm trying to pull reflections out of basically all the assets. I want to make sure, that's what I'm kind of going for, is making sure that our metallic is really reflecting. So it should be pulling from the reflection probe that we have on our scene. And I think you could see it without the reflection probe and with the reflection probe on. If I hit 3, the probe gets stronger. I may have to use that as my way to get this to really shine. Okay, this is interesting though. This is interesting. I'm curious. So I have this light that's bouncing up here. Can I... Let's see. I don't know if I want to mess with this. I'm going to hold off on messing with this. But, okay, so we got something that kind of works here. Okay. All right, I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn this on. And this is the hallway right here. And I kind of want to follow the exact same blueprint that I did with the other one. I'm going to go to my post-processing. I want to turn it off for the time being. And I want to look at these lights right here. So I'm still using these fluorescents, which is good. I'm going to go grab the spotlight volumetric. And I'm going to place this with my area volumetric. So let's see, 0, 0, 0. And if I press F, it takes me to this one. Okay. And I'm going to set these to, well, they will remain static, but I want to go to my spotlight volumetric, and these I'm going to position like this. So they shoot out a glow, a fog, directly out this way. Okay. And then these are using an area light, but it should be a point light. So let's just call this a point light then. And let's see, I'm going to do an override, apply all, make sure that all of these are affected the same way. Okay. All right. And this we're going to do the same way. We're not going to do mixed. We're going to run this in real time with the shadow map. And we'll disable volumetrics on that point light. And this is the only thing that has volumetrics. All right, so let's clear this out. Clear bake data, and I'm going to generate this bake data. Okay, I should see things starting. And I'm not. Static, static. These are all set to static. If this worked, that shadow shouldn't move, and it does. So it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Let's see. Oh, because I'm not baking light. Duh. So let's turn on the post-processing stack. Let's turn off exposure for right now, and we're just going to focus in on fog. I'll set this to 100. Okay. Now this scene actually doesn't even have anything reflective on it. So how about we do, let's see. So these point lights right here. Oh, this is interesting. Because I have to bounce between real. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Let's test. Okay. I think I need a mix, which is not good. Why don't you make the full game? It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I mean, we should be done already, and we're not because it's a lot of work. All right, here, let me clear this bake data. I'm going to generate this room one more time. All right. Can I get away with these point lights being mixed? Clear, generate. Let me take a look. These are all baked. This point light isn't. Okay, so this is what the point light mixed. Let me move this up a little bit. Okay, so this looks pretty decent being mixed. Let me check to see if all the lights are on though. Okay, so far so good. So good so good so good so far. So blah, blah, blah. So far, so good. Why, thank you, Zenith. I appreciate that. Okay, let me turn on and off these reflection probes. See if that... Okay, so this is our room right here with mixed lighting. And this looks pretty accurate. This looks really accurate, actually. You know, my lockers came back to life. They don't look like they're The Walking Dead. This looks pretty good. So let's see if this can then continue. And I want to make sure I don't change. Oops. Can't rename. Okay. It definitely didn't like that. I gotta just remember, don't change this volumetric light, fluorescent light. You could change the B's, but not the regulars. Okay. All right. So we're gonna hide this. And we're gonna go back to vending machine hallway. Now, vending machine hallway should be using these fluorescent lights, and these fluorescent lights should be mixed, because those are the ones we just had in this office right here. Okay, now these interior lights right here, let's try setting these to mixed as well. Apply all, and I'm going to clear the bake data and generate. And let's see if this area starts to come alive. And let's see. Is this with post-processing on? Yes, without the exposure adjustment. So we're just getting... let's see, we're just getting... Nice. I'm going to select this. I'm going to bring this emissive up just a little bit. All right. Let me just bring the fluorescent light emissive up just one bump. Okay. All right, so that's this hallway. And I think this looks pretty good. Let's see. This dynamic door. Let's play it. You got a nice shadow going on the door right here. Okay, so if I go to my post-production or post-processing stack, I could turn on my exposure, and here I can adjust the compensation, right? And then I can also go to like color adjustments, shadows and midtones, and add that back in. Okay. So then, and it looks like the exposure, this automatic, is kind of jumping. Like, that's really hot. So, oof. All right. Don't want it to go crazy. Okay. Thank you, Xenix. Okay, so this may be the smarter way to go around it. Is we're going to adjust these elements manually, but I think what we were running into was the light itself. Trying to get volumetric light and the lighting and the shadows all from one light source, with putting too many lights too close to each other, was causing Unity to freak out and saying, no, we don't do this. So with that said, let's go through and make sure that we go to section by section. Okay. And make sure that our lights are correct. Okay, so if I go here, oh man, I am in a nightclub right now. This is way too intense. So I'm going to select my fluorescent lights. Let's go to our emissive. Oof, let's bring that down. Okay. Same kind of idea right here. All right. I want to go to my post-processing, and I'm going to turn off exposure. All right. Here's the uglies right here. So this is what post-production was working with originally, and I had exposure to compensate. And that's why this room looks like this shiny reflective mess. It's because it's really compensating way too much. So with this done right here, how about we go to our fluorescence? Well, that's statue hallway. Okay, so that's the fluorescence 3. And these are the ones we want. Okay. Where is... here's a close one right here. So I have a cube, and I have the grip, and then I have the point light. I'm going to set this to mixed. And then we'll add a color temperature. Something a little warmer. Let's see. So how intense were the other lights? The other lights were, I think, significantly more intense. This fluorescent 2's point light, I may even just duplicate these. And let's reset the position. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to delete this point light. I'll hide it right now. Okay. This one, I'm going to move this point light right over here. This one doesn't have a cookie texture, so I need to make sure I fix that. I'm going to turn on my gizmos so I see which angle my volumetric is aiming at. All right. Oh, it's facing this way. So let's grab this. And now my volumetrics will face this way. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off gizmos. And I'll move this into position, let's say right here. Okay. And then in this point light, I'm going to grab my point light cookie. And I want to make sure I aim my light in the right direction, like that. Because that would be pointing down, that's pointing up. So we're going to do something like this. Okay. Yeah, 800 versus 15, just slightly different, right? And I think that's part of my problem with this scene, is that we're jumping from different light levels that are so drastic. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to hit this and hit apply override, and now that's going to hit all of them. And I'll go back here and I'll get rid of this point light, which should affect all of them. And then I want to make sure that this thing, all right, if that's that big, Point light is not even in the center. Okay. So let's see. Does 1000 look better? Let's test. Apply all. Okay. So from what I could tell, you know, we're getting a pretty even light. It's completely dark over there. Let's check a look at this area over here. Okay. So it looks like the fog in this area is really heavy. So let's go take a look at the processing stack in this area. And our fog should be at 100 and it's at 48. Okay. And the exposure, bloom, let's see what else we have. We have a shadows, vignette. Okay, so this is more like just a color correction right there. I'll turn this off for just a second so we can see this. Okay, so with this hallway done, I want to see if these props are set to static, ceiling is set to static. All right, let's test this out. We'll clear the bake data and generate. And hopefully the light will splash onto the rest of the environment and lighten everything up a little bit. Let's see, what is the lumens to the right? Oh, it just changes to like different units of light intensity. Okay. So we could definitely see, all right, so this splotchiness is a result of baking. It's a result of this. I have low samples, and I'm purposely using low samples because we are just fine-tuning this. When we're ready to run, we will push this to a high sample rate, and that's when you just click bake and run away. Let's see, Agorgo Argorgext gameplay. Where do you make your textures? Our artists generally use Substance to make textures. Substance, well, both Substances, Painter and Material. Substance Painter and Substance Designer to do that. Okay, so little bright. That's okay. I could take this and I could take my point light. Let's go back down to 600 and I will apply all and I'll clear and generate. Yeah, there is the lighting. I don't know if it's going to work in this room. And I think it comes down to these point lights. The volumetrics are fine. It's these point lights that I think they're too strong and the range is too small. So they're very bright and they don't go very far. So let's try 7. 6. 6 to be safe. And let's apply all. Yeah, we definitely don't want this to blow out like what it's doing right now. And if that's the case, we may even just pull these large fluorescents. And then we'll just do another type of fluorescent light. Like you see, I can see these kind of cutting into the wall, and now that I see it, I'm like, it's very obvious that it is. Also, we got sampling going over on this side of the room where that's not lit yet. So here, let's try this. I'm going to select these right here, and I'm just going to hide these for a second. And let's see if this sampling gets better. Yeah, I'm wondering if these lights just need to go. Like, these are the wrong lights for this type of environment right here. And we do have other options. Whew, yeah. Okay. We tried it. It didn't work. So I'm going to press F. I'm going to find where this light bulb is. And I'm going to grab a different light. So we got our fluorescents right there. We have these interior lights that we already have. 1, 2, 3. These are more of a spotlight, so I'll probably use these interior lights instead. So I'm just going to drop that right there. And where did you go? All right. All right, so we'll stick these on those walls over here. Now we don't want to mess with this because we already adjusted the other one. So I'm going to just drop these on each one. And then I'll pull each one of these out. And as I'm doing it, I'll delete these. All right. So now I got a whole bunch of interior lights. So let's just take that. I'm going to just clear this baking data. And I'll also turn off the light. Yeah, RV, I mean, you could send me that, and I could give you some feedback. I don't know if I'm 100% the person you want feedback from, though. Screenshots are best. Okay, so this archway is kind of in the way, but all of these are on arches. So I'm going to grab all of them and bring them down to like right here. That way I can push this into the arch and it doesn't clip the top. All right. Let's do these. Nice little audible that we have to call here. And what I may do is even select all of these. Well, I'll start with this one. And I'll drag this down a little bit more. So all of them are a little lower. So once that's done, I'm going to turn back on my lights. And I do believe these interior lights, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong, didn't I? Yeah, because I created an FBX. Oh, Lord. Al, what are you doing? Okay. I'm going to create a new interior, original prefab, and I'm going to call this 7-3. And I'm going to drop the 7-3 right here. So that didn't work because it zeroed out the position. I can't believe I did that. Okay. So stupid. Let's see. This one has the lights. There we go. Okay. Here, let me test it out with just a couple of these. Let's see. Rotation is set to 0. Oh. We'll set that to there. Okay. So let's clear this and let's generate some lighting and see how this looks. What are my PC specs? I am running a 1060 GPU, RTX. So it's not even that high, and it's a hex core i7. So I mean, this isn't a beast machine, not even close. All right. Let's see. I already see a crash coming. I hit the generate. I cleared out the bake data. I hit generate lighting, and you see it's just stuck on prepare to bake. And taking a listen, I don't hear my GPU starting. So that may require a restart on my end. But if I have to, I might as well just get that all set up. So how about we keep moving forward. Well, I'll just get all these interior lights set up and see if I have to do a restart. And if I do, we'll restart. It's not the first time. So reset position. Reset rotation, reset scale. I don't know why these are so big. Here, I'll copy this. So let's just keep plowing away. Actually, what I may do is just drop these onto here. So there we go. And there's a slight scale discrepancy. Let's see. Okay. Oh, very cool. I like that outdoor light coming in. Very nice. Nice volumetric ray. Very pretty. Ah, very nice, RV. It's nice to always see other people and the progress they made and the work that they do. I mean, that's just awesome. Great work. Well, tell me a little bit more about your game that you're creating. Is it for your job or is it for fun? What's the deal? Clue us in. Motion blur, bloom. I think that's good. The problem I see is it's very dark in here. The point light is mixed. It's at 15 lumen. That's why it's so dark. It needs to be like 200 lumen or 400 lumen. That's why. Let's see. Apply all. All right. Now I see something. All right, let's generate that lighting. Let's see. Yes. For iOS build, you do need a Mac because you need to be able to connect to the App Store to upload. Okay. Unity is thinking. It's preparing the bacon, thinking. Let it do its thing. I live in New Mexico, man. I live in the United States. How about you? Ah, nice. You're focusing on the graphics part right now. It's kind of like a hide and seek type of thing. Very cool. Okay, this bake is dead. So I'm going to save and I'm going to close. And when I start it up again, it will work. But even as I hit the close, um, it won't close. It just got hung up. And it does this a lot. A lot more than I think it should. Oh, you're in New York right now. How are you handling that? You guys got the most corona in like the nation. Let's see. If I'm not mistaken, da 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 da. U.S. cases. Wow, we're at 48,000? Oh my goodness. How did this jump so quickly? It's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's generate lighting. Oh, New York's got 25,000 deaths. That's why. Okay. That's crazy. Okay, so these lights I think work better. They're a lot more even and they don't kind of blow out everything and it still illuminates the ground. New York plus Corona equals the Division Corona crisis. Ah, yep, yep. Where's the DLC? I can see Ubisoft marketing that right now. Okay, so I think this is better. Okay, this splotchiness right here, guys. Don't concern yourself too much about that. Again, that's because I have a low sample rate, but I just want to get an idea of, is this going to light evenly? Now, what is up with this? Why is this missing? Am I missing a hallway here? What is this? Why is that door? Whoa, what is that? That's a big issue. Where are you? Wall? Well, this could contribute to some of my sampling issues. All right, that's set to static. I don't know where that wall went. That's so weird. If I click on all my ceiling and floors, yeah, that wall was completely empty. Okay, let's clear that out and let's regenerate. This will actually help with sampling. So basically, um, the sampling will be more severe. Like you'll see this when there's like open holes. So, oh, because it's on that side. I'm such a dummy. It's supposed to be like that. I thought we were at this end. I was like looking at this saying, oh, well, this is all messed up. Okay. Yeah, we got some splotchiness up here. Yeah, when we set this back up to like 400 or 500 samples, this will smooth out completely. But that's when you do like a final bake and it's all done and finished. Okay. So this looks good. Oh, this doesn't, of course, but this looks good. The floors look good. We definitely need to increase our sampling rate. And then when we increase that, things will smooth out over here. So if I go over and replacing, I think the lights definitely helps this hallway. It feels a lot better. And in my post-production, let's see, and I believe the post is up here. We don't even have exposure set on, so we haven't even messed with any of this or the shadows and the vignetting. So, you know, for what it is right now, it looks pretty good. So I'm going to go to this area over here. And I want to take a look at my lighting for my chandelier. Because I have these interior lights, and I haven't adjusted those. I have the fluorescent lights, and then I have the chandelier light. So we need to get that set up. Let's see. Hakan says, I like your discount code. Thank you, brother. I think all of us can really feel the pain right now when it comes to that. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Let's see. The exponential growth pattern of a viral infection is how it grew so fast. Yeah, it's insane. Light setup is so time consuming. Want to show one more screenshot of my work as the project started at January this year. Good. Yes, please do. I definitely am interested about the coronavirus DLC for the Division. Jeez, that's insane. But I think everybody's numbers are going up. Like New Jersey is at 2,800, and like 3 days ago they were like at 300. So everybody is exponentially growing. Have you guys managed to stay inside and like hide from the world? I've been inside the whole time, but I'm just curious if you guys have. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate these lights, and I'm going to place them under my chandelier for right now. I'm going to turn off the point, and I'm going to reset the position and rotation and scale. Okay. And then I'm going to bring these down, since I know that my volumetric, I want this to be a lot larger of a range. So where's my range and my volumetric? Right here. All right. And we'll jack this up some. And then in my point light, I want this range to definitely increase. And let's go with a solid 10. Let's give it 800, maybe 600. And I definitely want the color temperature to be warm. So this is a warmer color temperature, like that. Okay. And this light will need to illuminate this entire room. So I should prepare for that. Let me go to this. I am going to, let's apply all, and then I'll go to this prefab and delete that point light. So now we're just working with this. And I'm curious if I were to generate this lighting, because these are all set to static, how does it look? How will the light bounce? Okay. So we're getting some pretty decent bounce here, right? This place is kind of filling in. But it's not filling in by a lot. So I'm going to take this to maybe 1,000. And let's do a range of 15. And let's generate that lighting. Ooh, that may be a little bit too bright. Let's go back to 800. Okay. Now let me compare these lights over here. These are 400 each. And all right. Let's see this point light. So my volumetric on here. It's not very interesting. So let's take a look at this volumetric. If I decrease the range, it changes. If I increase the outer angle and the inner angle. All right. I'm going to set this to be warmer. Let's increase the intensity of this volumetric. And why is this showing a spot? Oh, because it should have been a point. There we go. There we are. Much better. And all right. So let's do 1500 for that point light. And that's for the volumetric. And then I want to get these other lights to show up. So I have more lights here, these fluorescents. So I'm going to give these probably these point lights attached. And let's go ahead and reset the position, rotation, and scale. And let's get these to start illuminating this environment. So let's pull this light out a little bit. And it looks like I can't tell where the start or end begins. That looks really dark right there. All right. Excuse me. All right, the volumetric. Let's turn on my gizmo. And my volumetric actually needs to shoot out this way. And this is like a warmer light. All right. Excuse me. My corona. Okay, I think this looks good. So let's test out the generation of lightness. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Yes, light setup is incredibly time consuming. Oh, buddy, RX, this looks good. This looks really good. I like your lights. It's got this very dark atmospheric feel. Very nice. Yeah, I know. I know. I need to drink more. I like this. But like I love looking at this because this tells me, hey, everybody who's watching this, you guys could be playing video games right now. You guys could be watching Netflix. You're online. You're watching me build a level, and you're doing it because you want to grow yourself. You want to develop yourself. And I think that's fantastic. I mean, that's really there in a moment of time like what we're going through right now. I think the last thing you should be doing is just like chilling at home, not doing anything. If you're gonna chill at home, do something with your time. Go wild, build something amazing, create something amazing. I really think it's just a prime opportunity to do that, and I hope you guys really take a shine to that idea and will take advantage of the situation. Because I mean, trust me, this is probably not going to happen again. But I'm really, it's exciting for me to see you guys just tune in and be like, let's work on this. Let me show you some of my stuff. I love it. I love it. I hope you guys keep doing this and share some more of your content, because it's really, it's tremendously satisfying for me to see that. Okay. So this fluorescent light, this is the fluorescent light O2. So I'm going to drop this on here. I'm going to hide. Oh, do I have this one already? Where did we use this? I don't know where we used it. So I'm going to create a new fluorescent light. Oh yes, so we use this one upstairs, so I don't want to mess with this. So I'm going to use fluorescent light O2B, because I believe this uses the old one. Yes. And I'm going to drop this fluorescent light O2B. And I will set these both to 1. And then in here, I got these point lights. Let me duplicate these. Actually, let me find where those fluorescents were in my other hallway. I believe I had this up here. Lights and these fluorescents. I'm going to grab these and drop those in here. I'm going to hide this. And then these two, I'm going to reset my position, my rotation, and my scale. And then I'm going to hide this one. This one is set to 111, 111, 111. So, position 000. Come on. Rotation 000. Come on, 000 yourself out. Okay. So this is the point light, and this is the volumetric. And this volumetric, it looks like I have set this point light. Let's do 400. And we'll set that right there. And let's do apply all. And I want to clear this baked data. Because I want to just bring these in and look at these. Let's see. Check my temperature. No, I've had this thing for probably a week or two. It just hasn't gone away. I don't know why, but it's definitely not viral, or I would have given it to my kids. I mean, there is a possibility they gave it to me, which children do. All right. Let's get some fluorescent light going on right here. And then I'm going to save this and hit generate. It's preparing to bake. It's baking. Let's take a look and see how this bake looks. All right, and while this is going, I will go get another drink of water, and I will leave you guys with some music and a pretty picture of a monkey staring at you. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Okay. Thank you. I just had to freshen up real quick and then put the clothes in the dryer so I'm not disgusting. Okay, yeah, okay, that baked looked pretty good. I think these fluorescents are a little strong. Let me go to this, and I'm going to delete these fluorescents. And let's see if I could take this range down just a little bit. Something like that. So that's at 3. And this fluorescent has no cookie, and it's a point light. So let's throw a cookie on there. Let's see, it's 400 good. So let's apply all to that. Let's clear this bake data because that looks actually kind of cool. And let me see, these two should be the same. Yes. So we'll do a generate lighting. It's good that it goes to baking. Okay. Started a new project as we speak, a demo. I forgot how daunting an empty project can be. Yes, it's pretty painful. Let's see. Well, I think Tom mentioned that because he works in print, that things weren't weren't happening. Michael, you just said the magic 3 words that really put a smile onto my face, and I wanted to thank you for that. The 3 magic words were, what is Filebase? So while this bakes for 16 seconds, let's figure out what is Filebase. Let's ask ourselves this. Introducing the GameDev HQ Pro Membership, a brand new subscription-based service aimed at helping you succeed as a game developer. This service gives you access to powerful tools, amazing assets, and easy-to-follow certifications to make you become a legit Unity 3D game developer and software engineer. Get instant access to over 100 hours of authorized training available through our built-in custom streaming platform. Earn your game developer certification and software engineer certifications by developing games for 2D, 2.5D, 3D, mobile, and even AR. The GameDev HQ Pro membership also provides the easiest, most powerful, and enjoyable tool to give you the freedom to create. Introducing Filebase, an amazing tool built for Unity 3D that gives you access to thousands of video game assets developed by our in-house team of artists, from weapons, tools, props, vegetation, vehicles, systems, and even entire levels. You'll see how incredibly easy and enjoyable game development can be. Your membership's value will continue to grow through the year as new assets are added on a weekly basis and can even be requested. We have made it our goal to help you not only enter the world of game development, but successfully build and publish your game. The Pro membership also includes a growing library of custom-built challenges and a vault filled with live Pro Workshop content. This GameDev HQ Pro membership provides you a powerful set of tools and training that makes learning game development easier than ever before. Log on to GameDevHQ.com right now to learn how the GameDev HQ Pro membership can become your game development solution. Man, those are some magical words right there. Those are the kind of words I love to hear. What is Filebase? That's exactly what it is. It is a beautiful tool And it gives you access to thousands of video game assets. We were able to build this entire scene using just file-based assets. Of course, this is splotchy right now because we got low samples, but we did it to help the indie developer quickly and easily create levels without basically putting themselves into debt. You know, we got one of our folks that we know really well. I mean, he spent 20 grand on assets and programming, and he never even finished the game. And with this, you know, for a yearly subscription, look how far we got in maybe a little over a week. And here we are. I mean, look at us. We made it to this point. And now you just need some zombies and some characters and, you know, some interactivity, and then you have yourself a game here. So, and how much did we do it for? Do we charge you, you know, $500 a year, $1,800 a year? No, we charge $150 a year for the pro membership. And we are running a current discount. If you type in F Corona 2020 when you apply, we'll knock 33% off that. So it's basically $9, a little over $9 a month to get access to all these beautiful tools. So yeah, I mean, in my eyes, this is a great value. I don't want to impart my beliefs onto you. I will let you decide what's best for you, but we have fellow people in here who are pro members. And for the most part, I haven't heard any of them get really angry at me lately. So I think we're doing a good job. Maybe not the greatest job, but I think we're doing a good job. And, you know, just kind of go from there. Okay, so I am missing, it looks like my reflection's not showing up. Oh, my reflection is there. But, oh, there it is. There's my lighting. Okay. Why is it doing that? It's because it's, oh, yeah. That reflection probe is just catching that area over there. Not much we can do about that. Awesome one. I can't wait to see you subscribe and start building some of these amazing games. This looks pretty decent. I like what we got going on. Of course, we're going to have to come back and fix things like this volumetric lighting. We're going to have to adjust. But I think that's really a quality setting issue that we're going to have to adjust. But I think 5 and 6 are good. So I just want to step into hallway 9. I want to go into this room right here. And I'll do pretty much the exact same thing. I want to go into my post-production. Let's make sure that the exposure is turned off. Here's another case of the uglies. This is what it normally looks like, and we are using exposure to brighten this up, which is why our walls are so incredibly shiny and everything is just off. So let's go to our lights and see what we could do. Okay, so we got a point light here. Very powerful point light. So let's bring this exposure, the emission channel, down just a touch. You know, I mean, it needs to glow, but my goodness. And then we will go and let's grab these lights right here. Oh, and we got to adjust some more fluorescence. I didn't adjust these interior lights 10. I didn't adjust those yet. So, yep, and those are missing. Okay, so we'll adjust those. I'm going to grab, I don't want the chandelier light. I want probably the fluorescent lights. I'll duplicate those, and I'll bring those into my interior. And let's go ahead and reset the transform in position. And I'll bring this down. Oops, going the wrong direction. Down. That's why. Over here, we want our volumetrics to face downwards. And I'll actually bring this up a little bit so it kind of just sits right here. And wow, these are that volumetric looks really nice. The point light, though, we need help with this because this, I think, is facing the wrong way. So let's test this out. There we go. Okay, we need it to face downwards. And now we get some illumination of our room. So I'm going to go to my overrides. I'm going to apply, and then I'm going to delete this original point light. So we're only focusing on these two right here. And just out of curiosity, just a test, let's give this a whirl. I'm going to hit generate light. So save. These are set to static. Generate. Let's see how this looks. Okay. I think in fact I think it's more the post-processing, but my fog is intense. So I bet you my fog is like 38. 57. Oh, I'm off. Okay, let's set this to 100. So let's be consistent throughout. And this is before we do any exposure adjustment. With exposure adjustments, yeah, this is what it looks like. With the adjustments, I don't know if we did any. Oh, we did some shadows and adjustments here. I think the color may be a little more intense. So, but yeah, so that's a quick and easy way to get this room. And I tell you, you know, if you ignore cookies, you know, this changes a lot. This changes a lot in your environment. So I would always recommend, be sure you adjust your cookies. This ambient occlusion, I'm not crazy about. You can kind of see it's too intense. So, I think it's the radius that's getting me. There we go. Something a little less intense. And I may even go to this spotlight volumetric. It's okay. How about we get in our post-production, since this is unique to this particular environment, we'll bring up the fog attenuation just a little bit so it's not as hazy in here. And if you turned off fog altogether, you know, this is what it would look like. Let's see. And then looks like this bloom. Is the bloom intense? Let's see. Yeah, the bloom's fine. So it's really the fog is just too much right here. So we'll just bring it down a little bit and we can bring our exposure in this room just a couple notches down. And then, of course, samples, we got to deal with that. But that's just part of rendering right there. So we'll save that. And we will stick a fork in this one. Okay. So we got these 5 done. Oh, no, we didn't. We got to turn on staircase to 2nd floor because I need to fix these lights right here. So let's F, zoom into here, and I'm going to go to my, let's see, I'm going to go to my point lights right here. No, I want spotlights. So I'm going to grab these, duplicate those. This goes to the interior lights 10. Yes, and I'm going to reset my transform and position. Yes. And let's move these out, bring these down, and I'm going to move my volumetric light and face this downwards. Now make the color warmer, since we are using a warm light. And I could even probably bring down my intensity a little bit to like 0.3. So we still get the volumetrics, but they're not like blowing up. And then I'm going to go to my point light, and I want to find where the let's move this into the center a little bit. All right, I think that's the main focus light of the light. So if I set this right here, it should look just like that. It's shooting off the light bulb there, and I'll just grab the intensity and maybe bring this down to maybe let's do 200 for right now, because I want to see how it bakes. And if I hit the gizmo, this is a point light. I may want this to be a spotlight. Makes more sense, right? So let's see. If I delete this, let's take a look at this spotlight. How does it look? I don't have a cookie texture, so let's get a cookie on there. This is at 10, so let's do 200. And you know, that doesn't look half bad right there. I could set my range to something like 5, because I don't want my range to start cutting into other light sources in here, because then it's going to mess up everything. So I'll take this into even 3 right there. I just want enough to cover the floor. Okay, so I'm going to select these and do an override and apply to all the lights that are like this. So it's going to be there, there, and over here. So 3 lights. Let's clear this out and save often. And let's do a quick bake. And hopefully this doesn't take very long. As long as it goes to baking, we're all good. Good, good, good. This is fantastic. This is where we need to be, because this sets us up really well to move into the next area and get our lighting set up in part 1. And I think the idea would be is that we don't want to mess with the lights. Once we get our light prefabs to where we're like, yes, this is perfect, we don't mess with them. What we do is we just add more lights or take away lights out of the scene, so that we don't have any type of trouble or confusion later on. So let's get that rolling. And get that up. Now you see this little reflection line right here? That is primarily because of our reflection probe, which is, I think, right here. That fall off is really short with our reflection probe. The probe. So I can increase my blend distance. Oops. So let's say 1. No, I don't want 1. Where do I want my blend distance to be? Reflection probe right there. We can adjust the blend distance. Right here. Okay, so if you press that button, come on, work with me here. Why is that there? Makes no sense. Okay, so here's my reflection probe. Let me stretch my reflection probe out just a little bit more. And then, what's this? There. let's see if I can adjust the overall size. There we go. And you can see how we could adjust the blend distance so that it kind of smooths out into this area. But what that reflection probe is just reflecting this box, which has these two lights. When I get to this area does not have those two lights. What it does have is this chandelier, which you could see up here, which is why I'm sure if we go to this area, let's see, or is not, yeah, it's not even reflecting. Oh, is it? Is that it right there? It's just reflecting that light right there. So let's see. Maybe I can boost up chandelier emissions. Can I see that better? Nah, I don't think so. Yeah, the probe is not seeing anything over here, but I don't think it's supposed to, because it's seeing 4 lights over there, and it shouldn't see any lights over here except these ones maybe on the wall. So if I scoot back, yeah, those lights disappear, which is exactly what it's supposed to do. Okay. So with that done, I like what we have here. I like what we did in this RE2 part 1. So let's move over to the RE2 part 2 scene. And for those who don't know, what we're going to do is we're going to split this up. So when you walk over to this particular door right here and enter into it, we will then cut over and show up in the next area so that we have some wiggle room, so to speak. Let's see. Oh. And I think this spotlight is in real time. Let's set that to mixed. Clear and generate. And if I set that to mixed, because this door is set to static, it will illuminate this door a little more. Oh, but I think we run into the issue now where these fluorescents are going to start fighting with each other. The real-time lights, which is what we had an issue with before, which is exactly what's happening. Okay. So these interior lights right here, we may need to make a decision. Do we keep them? And I think we've kind of, I would like to, what I'd like to do is make sure that these lights always highlight this door. Now, if these disappeared, what happens to this hallway? Let's test this out. Yeah, this hallway turns really bad real fast. So if I cancel that, and I turn these two back on, but let's say I kill these two lights, what happens to this hallway? Let's see. See, 400, 500. 500.6.6. And this one isn't actually casting a shadow, because this is just a volumetric. So I should get a volumetric on this one as well. But I think these lights are too close to each other. So what if I killed one light? Let's say I left this one here. And then I turn these two back on. Now, for those of you who may be just tuning in and you're wondering, why am I picking between lights? Unity seems to have a bug. It's a problem. It doesn't like lights that are next to each other that are casting shadows. And when it does that, it freaks out and one of the lights loses, generally speaking. And so what we're trying to do is make sure that we're still able to get light data and volumetrics to show on these without actually losing our lights entirely because of a, well, it's kind of like an HDR glitch, so to speak. So let's generate a light, our lighting. Yeah, this just seems way too dark over here. I may need to bump this up significantly. So, 600. And what if I set my range to 5? All right. Let's generate lighting. Yeah, that will light this area up a lot more. And I think that's better. Okay. So we got something here. And this is good. When I do that, it reminds me of a Black Mirror. I don't know if you guys have seen that. If you do, you'll recall the episode. I think we got something good here. I like this shot right here. I mean, there's just something majestic about that staircase with these big lights shining in. I don't know. It's very haunting. Never mind the fact that samples are just awful. Yeah. Let's take a look at that ambient occlusion. Yeah, the intensity is really hot. No, I think we got a lot of goodness to play with here. Let's see. Now, I remember back in the day, the standard renderer, you used to be able to, just enter in your ambient occlusion here. I wonder if we can still do that versus just running it post-processing. Let's see. Yep, I saw the ambient bake in. So, and that was quick. Yeah. Oh, this looks good. I like it. Okay. So I'm going to save this and let's go over to the next scene. And we need to make special note of, we have lights that we don't want to adjust. And if we do need to, we have to create brand new prefabs of a new light instead of adjusting the old light. So we just need to keep that in mind. So RE2 part 2. I'm on part 1, so let's go to part 2. All right. So I'm going to start off in this zombie liquor hallway right here. And I'm going to go into my post and probes. And in post processing, let's bring this down to like 1 and 1. And I'm going to turn off my exposure for right now. Okay. And let's see, which lights are these? These are fluorescent lights 2B, so we don't want to mess with those. And we have this one up here, which is got these. Okay, so we don't want to mess with any of these right now because we know that will affect our other room. But I think it's good that we, test this out, see how this looks. All right, so I'll turn on and off my reflection probe. This looks really, really dark. But let's do a quick bake. All right, so let's generate some lighting in here. Because we may want to strike that perfect balance. Okay. So let's look down this hallway. Okay. The samples are crap. But it doesn't look that bad. All right. So this is this area baked in. I think we got a real heavy amount of post-processing in here. So let me select our post. And I'm going to pull down my shadows and vignettes. So this is what it looks like without any exposure adjustment and without any shadows and vignette. And, honestly, it doesn't look that bad. The fog could use a little bit of work, but I think that light needed some work on the fog anyway. Walking into this area, there's certain parts that are pretty dim. Let's take a look at this. I think this is set correctly though. Point light at 400. Okay. So I'm curious. Let's see if we could use post-processing to fix this. So I'll use the exposure. And so far, that looks pretty decent. Okay. This looks good. All right. And then I'll go to my my shadows and my vignettes. And I'm just going to reset this real quick. And what I'll do is I'll put a little, I'll turn on my shadows, midtones, and highlights. And I'll put a little color into here. And I could pull up, actually pull down maybe my midtones a little bit. Pull up my shadows a little bit. There we go. That's what I'm talking about, right? This is a interesting looking hallway right here, right? Yeah. I think so. Okay. So this is good. This is a good work. All right. I'm going to shut this down and I'm going to turn on my press room, which is probably my favorite room in this entire area. Let's see. I think these are all good. The issue is our fog is intense. So let's set this to 100. A little higher. Okay. Actually, a little lower. There we go. Ooh, this is a spooky room. 150. There we go. There we go. Let's generate some lighting in here, and let's see how the light bounces in this room. Okay, and I'll make sure... Yeah, this is probably my favorite room in this environment. It's just, it's got a really cool, unique layout to it. And once we get this done, then we can go into our liquor hallway. Let's get that fixed and set up. And then we'll go to the waiting room, and then we'll go to the main entrance. And we need to set up our colliders for all that stuff. And once this is all set and done, we can run through both scenes and make sure that, you know, we give it the thumbs up. We're happy with it. Yeah. So this room, you know, it's just such a clean room. I don't know about this back area. Let's see this. This is probably a disaster. Oh, so I go really bright right here. Now, the reason why this goes really bright is because post-processing has colliders. And these colliders are leaving a gap, which we need to adjust. So, let's see. All right. So I'm going to push this into here, push this into here, push this into here. All right. So now let's go back to this perspective. We'll hop in. Oh, it's adjusting to the light exposure in here. Ah, yes, that's what that is. So what it's adjusting to is this. It's adjusting to that exposure thing. So let's see if we can cap this. Right now it's set to automatic. Let's do a curve. And in this curve, I believe I can grab the bottom. All right, so where's that curve again? All right, there we go. It's not that nearly intense. Okay. All right, let's save that. All right, I'm gonna turn off press room. Let's turn on liquor hallway. All right. So liquor hallway, we're going to go to post and probes, and let's do turn off exposure and turn off shadows and vignettes. Wow. I mean, since we already did these lights, let's make sure they're pretty much set to go. So let's just test it and make sure it's correct. Oh, is this set? Nope, this isn't even set to static. Okay, set these children to static. And now we're going to generate lighting. I wonder what that is. I saw this as an error somewhere, and they said it's a bug in Unity. We're noticing a pattern here, guys. Getting a lot of bugs. I don't like a lot of bugs. All right, let's see. 18 seconds. Yeah, we need to bring that occlusion down. My goodness. Oh, 1 and 1. Oof, that is nasty. All right. Okay, so we got that done. Let's walk down over here. This looks good over here. So let's do our exposure. And I'm going to bring the exposure down just a little bit. And I'm going to turn on my shadows and vignettes to get me that that nice looking environment here. Now, one thing I don't like is I don't have any reflections. But I think I did that on purpose for this room, which kind of sucks because it could really use some reflections. Let me think about this for a bit. Let's see. Shadows. We can pull those down a little bit. Midtones. Like maybe that. Highlights. All right. Okay, so this room is okay. It's not my favorite room anymore. I'm curious if I were to add a probe. So we'll go to lighting. I want to see what the two look like. So I'm going to do a real time. We're going to have an influence on the box. Where's the box? Show me what's in the box, man. Let's move this box over here. And I'm going to set this to there. And the influence is really high. Where is your influence? Oh, blend distance, 0.5. And that was the position. I want to mess with the box. I'm going to move this over here. And let's go to this position. Look at that. Let's change our Y down. Let's set this to 4. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to my perspective mode. Let's see. And then I'll go to my probe. Now that's the environment. Oh, look at that. Okay, so if I go to gizmos, here's this with the reflection probe on this side, and that's what it looks like without the reflection probe on that side. I just think this side, because of the floor, looks significantly better. So we'll go ahead and duplicate this. And we'll go to a top view. I'll go back to my gizmos, turn this on. Let's position you over here. Let's stretch you out on the z-axis. We'll turn off gizmos. We'll come back down here. And if I turned off, what is it? The grid. Selection. I don't know where the grid is. Oh, where did you go? Where'd you go? It's somewhere in here. Anyway, I think this looks a lot better with that floor. And again, once we get that sampling up, it should look pretty insanely good. Yes, I think we did do the no reflections while figuring out the blue tint. Let's see. So that looks good. Have you guys started building your RE2 level yet? I'm just curious. Have you guys started construction on your own games yet? Okay. With this done, we're going to turn this off. Oh, we don't want to turn that off because we want to add our collisions. Okay. So, yesterday we were working on colliders. I'm going to go ahead and grab this collider folder and drop this into scene. And let's go to my top view. And I'm going to turn off lights. And my colliders should be... I just want wall, a floor, and an object. So let's just delete all this other stuff, because that's what's going on over here. And where are my colliders? Box collider, box collider, box collider. Turn those on. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to grab all these. And I'm going to also turn off volumes. I think it's this. No, there's one that's... Oh, there it is. Volume. There we go. That way I could see what's going on. What's in the box, man? What's in the box? So if you missed yesterday, I like to set up, specifically because these are easy, straightforward, narrow hallways, my colliders, to where they're not attached to every single game object, because that gets heavy. I like to set up my colliders so that I just select huge swaths of planes and make those my floors, my walls, my ceilings, etc., etc. It just makes things go a lot faster, and again, you're adding less colliders into your room. I'm going to turn off this hallway because I know over here I have this wall. I have the doorway set up basically. So I don't need to put colliders over here. But I do need colliders on this wall. The floor is good. So I'm going to take this and rotate this around. And I'm going to position this collider against this wall. So that way the player, of course, cannot run through my walls, because that would be somewhat game breaking. And then I'm going to take my collider up here and run this through right above, right here. Okay. And then I'll grab 2 more of these wall colliders. I'm going to position these over here. So one right there. And I'm going to position another one right there. So I got these 2. And let me just go ahead and grab this. I'm going to position this down here. And if you press F, you can focus in. And I don't want to block that door with my wall collider. Otherwise, I won't actually be able to walk in through that door. Now that I got the wall colliders set, I need to add objects. I don't need to do a ceiling collider because my player's never going to jump through the ceiling. So what will these objects consist of? Well, let's focus in on just adding the columns. And if we have objects that are around columns, we can take those objects and place those in with the column box collider as well. So here's a set of columns right there. I'll also set another set of columns right here. And here, I'll just start with this wall. 4, 5, 6. Now this right here, I have this corner column, but I also have all these boxes right here. And I don't want the player to walk over these boxes. So I'm just going to put a big ass collider right here. And they will be unable to enter this area. Then I'm going to go back here and drop these around. I'm not going to bother with the collider down here, but I will put a collider in this area. And I don't even have to make it fill the box. I could just rotate it like this so that the player will be unable to get past this box. They can only walk up to the railing and they'll be stuck. My player will never jump through the ceiling. Famous last words. That's good stuff right there. I'm telling you. Someone's going to figure it out. Okay, so I got all these boxes over here. So I could take a huge box collider and position this sort of like this. And hopefully this will keep the player away from this area. And then I'll take another box collider, position it right here. Now, I made a little mistake because I added the wall right here, right there, but I have this doorway here. So, you know, if we were planning on putting a door that would open, this wall would actually conflict with it. So, since I know I'm not going to put a doorway there, I'm going to leave it alone, but just a heads up, think about that while you're building these. And then I'll put a box collider around all this stuff right here. And then I'll put another box collider around all this stuff. Good. Okay, so if I go to this perspective mode now, and I just hit this colliders button, you know, we could see where all the colliders are. And I'm just going to grab all these objects right here. Let's see. And it looks like I hit these right here and they shrink down. So let's shrink those back up. Or let's grow those back up. Okay. Now you could put the collider on the game object. There's nothing wrong with that. But even like in this area right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 game objects right here. Instead of having 16 boxes, I have 1. Just simplifies the scene a little bit. That's all it does. Okay, so that should be good for this area. So let's move over to hallway, the waiting room. All right, so that turns on. I'm going to go into my post and probes. I'm going to go into my volume and I'm going to lower, let's say 1 and 1. And I'm going to turn off my exposure for right now. And let's take a dip in. Okay, so this room is very dark. So dark to the point where I'm wondering if it's not seeing everything in this room correctly. I don't know. Let's see. I have walls. Oh, that's why. Walls and floor. Let's set all this to static. I have lights. Let's verify these lights. They have this point in the specular, spot in this. That's correct. Okay, let's auto generate here. Let's see what we come up with. You know, this particular room may need more than one light source. I know the original only had one, but I think in order to make this look correct, we may need two. So I'm going to grab this light. I'm going to move this down. I'm going to grab a second light and move it into this area. And I'm going to regenerate. And I think that may have help. Nobody is going to touch my 5-star mop, Tom. Nobody. I am going to protect it like a child. Like an innocent baby boy. All right, let's try this 2 in here. So let's try 3 lights. Let's give this a whirl. I think this will look better. Generate lighting. Yeah, this looks better. Yeah, I think when we up the samples, this room would really look good. Okay, that's better. I think what we could do is go to our post-processing. We can go to our fog, set this to like 200, so it reduces the intensity of the fog. And then we can go to our exposure and adjust this just slightly. And we have no color going on, so we got post-processing, shadows, midtones, highlights. There we go. And when we bump the samples up, this will look good. We get some nice reflections going on in this room. I'm happy. Now, when we turn all these things on, there's a possibility that we're going to have some conflictions here because, you know, we're going to have light probes and stuff like that fighting with each other. But for right now, this looks decent. Okay. And then I'm going to go to save this, turn this off. The main entrance, the big daddy. This is the hallway. Okay, so let's look at we have a couple issues here. Let's see. Post-processing entrance. Let's take a look at our exposure. Let's turn that off for a second. All right, so we got a couple issues here. First of all, our floor and our ceilings and everything like that is all set to static. Same thing with our props, or not set to static. They're all set to dynamic. The other big issue is our lights. So our lights are not generating what we would like. So these interior lights are not correct. And then our chandelier is very much, it doesn't look very good. So let's go ahead and find our chandelier. And in here, of course, I got the prefab one from the other one. I'm going to create another prefab. And I'm going to call this 2. All right. So I'm going to create a second prefab. And I'll just drop this into here. So where'd you go? Resets. Okay, there we go. Goodbye. Okay, so we got this prefab number 2 for this light. Now these 2 lights are going to light basically 90% of this scene. So these chandeliers should be special. So chandelier 2, I'm going to drop in chandelier 1's, or actually this one already has it. So this is a point light. Let's see. So chandelier 2, where's your light? If I turn you off, there you are. Okay, so volumetric wise, this needs to be like this. It should be pretty in your face. This may need to be down to like 1,000, but it should be pretty visible. All right, so I like the volumetric. I think the volumetric needs to be a little warmer though to match that tone. Maybe that's a little too warm, but we definitely don't want it to be white. Then in my spotlight, okay, so we got a big issue. We need to increase the range. Now, how big do we go? That's a good question. Right now, I am all the way the hell out there. That is not good. Okay, so I'm at 17. Let's bump up this intensity. So how about we do 4,000? That's not good. What I'm wondering is let's turn off range attenuation. Okay. So let's see. Because this shows me exactly where my range is that I'm hitting. So let's see. Is 8,000 a better number? And is my light pointing in the right direction? Okay, so we got that. Is a point light. Let's see. So 4,000. Okay. I'm curious. If I take chandelier 2 and I drop this over here, and let's reset, and I'll just do a apply all and position this right here. Okay, how are we looking so far? Let me turn off the gizmos. Without post-production on. And let's set this fog to like 150. Okay. It's getting kind of interesting. I don't know if this is exactly what we want. I think what I need to do is change this from a cookie point, that particular cookie, to possibly this one. And that's going to illuminate the room a lot better. So let's hit apply all. Okay, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with fire. I'm going to bring this point light down to, let's say, 2,000. Because I don't want to blow it out. Okay, here we go. All right. Now we are doing something good. Okay, and then I'm going to go to my spotlights that are volumetric. And I'll turn both of those on. Okay. Interesting. It's looking pretty interesting. So here's our real-time shot of our scene. Oops. We got to stay in the post-processing stack. Okay. So now we got these additional lights surrounding, and we will do that. I need a quick break, and then I will be right back. So don't go anywhere. Give me 30 seconds or maybe a minute. And how about you guys check out some tunes? Thank you for that. All right, let's get this BRB screen off. All right, let's get back to work. So we need to adjust these interior lights right here. So we have interior lights that we've already used. They are in electronics right here. So I'm just going to drag this in the scene. And I'm going to select one of these. And I'm going to drop. Let's unpack this. So I can move these over here. And then I'll delete this. And I'm going to reset these positions. And I'll turn off that area light. And I'm going to move right over here. All right, let's take a look at this point light. Here we go. And you're facing... Oh, this is a good question. Where do I want my point light facing? Well, I need it to illuminate my environment. So let's increase the size just a little bit. Let's say 7. It shouldn't affect any of the other lights. Mixed, and then by volumetric, I'm going to bust this out this way, and I could see my volumetric there. So I'm going to make this a warmer color, and I need to maybe increase. Let me see something with the post-processing. I set that to 100. That may be better. Okay, so these lights have that nice little glow in them, which is good, This is kind of what we want. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to hit apply all. And then I'm going to go to my prefab, and I'm going to just delete the other light. So now all of my lights that are like here are imitating exactly what the other ones did. Okay. Good, good, good. All right. So with that saved, and we're going to have to adjust the light intensity, I believe. But let's go ahead and select these 4 things, set that to static, and then we'll do a quick render and do a quick generation of light, and let's see how bad things turn out. How phenomenally horrible everything looks. Okay, so clearly these lights are too strong right now. You can start to see that they're blowing out when we bake them. So let's take this back down a bit. Let's go 4, and let's go with let's say 250. And then I'm going to apply all the overrides. Now, this is why we always do prefabs for lights, because this makes adjusting lights a lot easier and a lot more efficient. So always remember to do that. Don't ever just like create a light and try to go in and adjust all the lights individually. You'll lose your mind. Okay. So it still needs to bake in a bunch of stuff, but this is starting to look pretty good. You know what I really like about this scene is with the fog, it feels damp. I think that's the best way to describe it. Like you walk into an old library, and I don't know if you guys ever go travel to like Europe, or you go travel to the East Coast of the US, and you walk into these old churches, or you walk into these old buildings, because they're made out of stone. There's this coldness and dampness, and you know, this weird, I don't know what you would call it, but it just, you could feel it as you walk in. And as I look at this image and I look at this scene, I get that same feeling. Like there's this emptiness and dampness in this area that's really powerful. All right. The bake is going pretty quickly. If you see this and it looks splotchy, there's a reason. It's because, ooh, this isn't looking very good right there. I think my range is still maybe too big. Let me move this light over a little bit. There you go. Now, why did that fix that? It's because there's a bug in lighting for Unity. If you get too many lights that are too close to each other, they start freaking out. Kind of sucks. Okay, I want to see something. Unity volume light samples. I'm curious. It may be in here, in my high definition render pipeline. Let's see. Is it presets? No, it is settings. Right here, we have lighting, volumetrics, light layers, cookies, reflections, shadows, light settings. Where's volumetrics? Rendering. Is there volumetrics? Because I got this nastiness with some of these fog points. And I don't know if that's... you know what it may be is I need to shrink this range. Let's see. But I'm curious if there's a way to adjust the light volumetric setting. Ooh, there's probably a button I never pressed. I feel like it's happening a lot. All right, it looks like this is baking. Let's see. Okay, so this is our post-processing. Okay, so this is all of our adjustment. Looks pretty good. Let's go to our post-processing entrance. We'll adjust the exposure. We'll turn on the exposure. We could probably do a slight adjustment. And then we'll turn on... we need our post-processing, shadows, midtones, highlights. And then for our shadows, we'll pull in more... a more darker color. Let's see. There we go. There we go. So something kind of like that. I think the saturation is a little strong. Let's lighten that up a little bit. Okay, now we're cooking. So from this perspective, looks pretty decent. You know, I mean, let's see. I think when we go into game mode, we'll know a lot better. Yeah, let's take a look at the AO post-processing. I think I reduced it. No, I didn't. Yeah, let's pull that out a little bit. All right. Okay. This should be interesting. Our reflection probes are working. Everything else is working. Let me go up here. Oh, that's because I'm walking by that light. And it's really bright over there. And I think that has to do with this exposure readjusting. Oh, let's do a limit. Woo. Let's limit it from going up too much. Let me select these floors because something's funky happening with the material here. And I'm wondering if there's a coat mask on. No, there isn't. There we go. Ah, much better. All right. That's a cool looking hallway right there. I think these walls are a little too shiny, so let's grab our walls. And we can go into this and adjust this to kind of bring it down just a little bit. That's better. Let's go to our desk. How does our desk look? Looks good. I'm curious if screen space reflections would look good here. So let's go to our post-processing and let's enable screen space reflections. Is it lighting? Yes. So let's go ahead and let's turn all this on. Do I see anything? I don't even see anything, which is weird. Nope. Nope. Let's go to wire reflection probe. No. Still got to play around with this. I don't know. It used to be in the old post-processing stack. Screen space reflections was just a flip of a switch and you're ready to go. This one isn't. Okay. So we need to set up our colliders. Definitely in this room. But the beauty is, well, if you're not planning on having the player go up here, you don't have to worry. And in our case, we don't. Because we're not actually going to allow the player to come up into this area. They're only going to be allowed to go onto this bottom floor. But again, we have a ramp and we have stairs. And stairs are going to be an issue. So we need to make sure that we get our character set to be able to go down and up the staircase. You don't just want to throw a rigid body onto your stairs. One, you may have way too many polygons and it kind of goes and does this juddery like thing. Um, the other issue is, of course, um, it may have too many vertices. So now you're doing a static mesh render on something that has way too many vertices. So I think I showed you guys yesterday what I normally do, which is I create a ramp. Like I just create a plane that takes me down here, and then I walk across it a couple times. And if you watch any type of gameplay of a third-person controller, they all do that, except for Rockstar games like Red Dead Redemption or well, they did it in the first Red Dead Redemption, I believe, but in the second one, that was definitely all IK system. And then the Grand Theft Auto, specifically, I think 4 and 5 is when they started getting into setting up those IK rigs. I don't know how to do it. I've messed with it. It's a challenge, and I'm just going to sit back and wait till Unity comes out with a system that is foolproof, because I ain't going to reinvent the wheel. Sorry. So I am going to go ahead and grab... oh, I need to do colliders for these two areas over here. So I'll start with the colliders in this area in the from the liquor hallway, and I'm just going to drag these in. I'm going to go to my gizmos and turn off my volume, but that way I could still see my box colliders over there. And then I'm just going to go to my collider area. I need an object, a wall, and a floor. And I'm going to delete the rest of these, because these are going to be custom for this area specifically. So we'll go to our top view. And I'll turn off my post-processing and my lighting, just to make this a little easier to see. And I'll start with the floor. Again, I'm not going to worry about the second story. So I just need to worry about the first story and the different planes on the first story. So, just going to drop this right here. And we could even use a box collider in this instance, and we could easily get away with it. It's really up to your choice, your discretion. So I'm going to select this, and I'm just going to copy the Y. And then I'm going to select my floor and paste my Y. So my floor is in the correct position. I just need to scale it up a little bit. All right, and I'm just going to take this and I'll duplicate this floor and move it down here. And I'm going to take this floor and move it into the center. Kind of shrink this down and position this right here. All right, so let's take a look at those three. 1, 2, 3. Nice. They kind of overlap a little bit, which is good, because the nav mesh, I don't need to worry about the nav mesh, Remy. The nav mesh is already set by static elements. So the enemy, the only time that actually concerns me is actually doesn't even concern me really at all too much. It's only static elements. It will concern when the enemy goes down the stairs, and we'll come to that area when we get there. We may have to create a invisible floor that has a static mesh to it. But yeah, if I were to just click set everything to static, it would know, okay, they can't walk around these banisters. They may not be able to walk through here, but when they do walk through here, we have to see if Unity will know that it's a ramp, or if it's going to try to make them jump and bounce all the way through. But yeah, I'm not concerned about the static mesh or the nav mesh. Let's see. We got floors. And then I'm going to duplicate this. And this is going to be set to, let's say, this height, which is 0, which is nice. So I'll set this to 0. And we'll go to our top view. And we'll just position this like that. And then I can duplicate this floor. And I'm just going to squeeze this in. Right here. And that will be where that floor goes. And then I'll copy this. This is at 4.6 meters high. I'm going to create another floor, position this at 4.6, and I'll move this whole thing over here. All right. Now, that seems really high. Oh, it's at 1. I don't know where I got that. 1. There we go. All right, let's take a look at our colliders. Looking good. Looking good. All right, I'm going to grab this floor and I'm going to shrink this down. And this is where we're going to have to use our eyes. And we're going to rotate this. I want to bring us down so that it is basically right against the floor. I believe like this, something like that. Okay. Then we'll move this over here. All right, let's take a look at these colliders. So there's a slight jut right here. There we go. Now you can also let's see. Oh, yeah, yeah, I hear you, Remy. Absolutely, I hear you. Let's see. We're going to stick that right there. And then I'm going to go ahead and grab another floor and kind of bring this over here. And let's go to this top view. Yeah, and you know, I think we're going to have to be pretty creative on how we allow the zombie to move through the environment. We may have to set some triggers up. We may have to set some zones up to where, okay, the zombie can only start and stop here. They're not allowed to go through doorways. They're not allowed to leave a room. They have to stay in that room. So we have to be creative here and see what we could do. So I'm going to leave this like that. That's a pretty good flat plane for the player to walk across. I'm going to just make sure that my collider is a little bigger. So 3. Let's get this back over here. I cannot split the difference. All right, close enough. There we go. All right. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Like Remy, what do you think? Only allow zombies to go through open doors. Yeah, I mean, and then when the player walks into, let's say, or gets to a certain distance away, do they go off of the attack state and do they become like dormant again, or do they have to go through a doorway and get out of vision? I don't know. There's yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It's just collider with the lair enemy. So we would, like in the past, what I've done is I've set, I think a trigger or collider. You walk into it, and if the enemies, if player enters the trigger, attack player equals true, and then the enemy starts attacking. But we also probably need to set another condition where if the player is maybe we raycast onto the player their direction, and if the distance is greater than 5, it stops and it gets confused. I don't know. There's something to play with, and if the player walks up to a door, or the enemy walks up to the door, maybe we could send a signal to the door to shut. I don't know. There's so many choices to talk about. For yeah, you're right, Tom. For a zombie that's incredibly stupid, there's a lot of options here on how do we make our zombies semi-smart. I don't know, guys. I mean, these is that's where like the programming genius comes into play, and that's when I usually go to John. I'm like, I have this idea, I have a sketch, but I don't know what to do or how I should do this. And he sees it and he's like, oh, his mouth starts salivating. He's like, I know what to do exactly. Da, 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 da. So it'll be interesting. Let's see. I'm gonna go to my floor 2, and I'm just gonna hide it for a second so I could see the colliders. So I got my wall collider right here, and I'm going to drop this here. And let's take a look and make sure that that's good. Okay. And I'm going to increase the size of my wall collider. Yeah. Good luck getting John to do a week's worth of 7-hour streams. I do know he loves like the actual hopping online and teaching though. That's his favorite thing to do. Okay, I'm going to cheat this wall. There's a doorway here. But we probably won't even let the player walk out, because then we'd have to create, let's say, a second, a new environment outside. We're mixing exterior environments with interior environments. It'd probably just be another trigger to open a door, and then you'd hear the door the sound go and it fade to black, and then you go to a load screen, and then you'd load up the other area. So we're not even going to bother with adding a doorway in that section. I will add a doorway here, and we'll place this right there, and we'll drag this over here, and good. Remy, I am exactly the same as you, dude. I know how to code a little bit, but I prefer the art side so much. It's so much easier for me. I like coding, but it's what I can do on the art side takes me a fraction of the time compared to what I can do on the coding side. And so I just, there's what is a term we learned in economics? There's a scales of economy is what it's called, I believe. Is the economy's a scale is what it is. And it's like that situation where if you're a really good painter but you're a horrible um, farmer, and vice versa, someone's a great farmer but a horrible painter, you guys exchange goods instead of trying to do it yourself, and both end up succeeding drastically because of it. Um, so, oh, so this floor right here, this may be in a good opportunity. Instead of making it a flat surface, let's make it a box. That way it covers this area as well. Let's take a look at these colliders. So I'm going to grab 1 and 2. I'll move it up just a touch. Oops. Here, let's go to this perspective. Close enough. That way, when the player walks into this, they can't fall out. We're going to need to put a banister up here. And then, this floor right here, we could even make this particular floor a box collider as well. So if I do like a 4 or 2, maybe. Actually, it's just 1. If I set this to 0, that should be correct. Okay. And then we need to add our walls here and here and here. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to duplicate. Well, let's save. Save. Thank you. I'm going to duplicate this wall. Let's go to our top view. And we're going to put in our collider for our banister. Now, keep in mind, we're using a solid wall here for our banister. And I know our banister has these little indentions in it. So if you plan on having your player being able to shoot through this, then you're either going to have to get really creative with your colliders, or you're just going to have to set your banister to a mesh collider. I'm not going to allow my player to do this. They're just going to have to shoot over the banister, but just keep in mind. Now, of course, why would you... What's the big deal, Al? The big deal, of course, is this is a box collider. It's 6 vertices that it has to worry about as far as real-time rigid body collider detection. Not a rigid body, because rigid body needs gravity, but a collider detection. These handrails, let's see, this handrail mesh is 2350 tries. So we went from 6 to 2350, and that's just this one segment. So this is 6,000 or 5,600. You could see how this starts adding up quickly. So if you're going to do this where you want to be able to shoot through the banister, my recommendation is possibly taking this even into like a 3D program and just a block and you put the blocks in for these banisters and another block, and you shoot through, and that's how you create, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 cubes times 6, 60 vertices of rigid body versus what it currently is. So um, and that's far better than having I don't 2300 vertices per element, 60 versus 2300. Let's see. You could set up a different layer for the rail colliders that allow bullets to pass through. Yes, Greg, you're 100%. I don't think you'll leave a... well, no, you may be able to. Yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea too. That's also a good, solid strategy. I like that. Greg said you could set up a different layer for the rails. So the layers are right up here. You would add a new one. So you would call this like railing. And in your script, when you do your raycast, you would make sure that the bullets ignore the rail. So they would fire right through. Interesting idea. I like that. That's a very clever move. Very clever. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this. And that would actually work really good with HDRP with the decal system. Because then you could still have your decals spawn for like bullet hole hits on your rails. Very nice, Greg. Very nice. So let's get this and this. Let's put this over here. Nice. And then, let's see. We have these little sections right here. So colliders, I'm going to grab this, shrink this down, increase the size. That way, if the player shoots and he tries to hit a zombie, but the railway is in the way, it's going to block him from doing it. You probably want to give the player a lot more leeway. So, like, you don't have to be perfect, but you give them more room to hit than they would to miss. Otherwise, if they see like a floating bullet hole, they're going to get all angry about it. I watch enough streamers online. They get really angry. What's with these dropped inputs? Just freaking out over everything. So I'm going to stick this right there. Press F to zoom in. And we'll set that right there. Okay. And then, ooh, look at that. That's not good right there. I may need to take one of these and put this up here. Because I don't want that. That was ugly. I'm going to cover that up. But I don't want this to jut out over here. There we go. So it cuts in a little bit. Do. Okay. So let's go ahead and grab another one of these. Oh man. We are so close to the end, folks. We are so close. Okay. Oh. Stretch. That doesn't look good. What's going on here? I'll hide those seams. All right. So let's see. I've probably mentioned it before, but I'm trying to do intermittent fasting right now because my stomach is way too big, getting way too fat, getting old and lazy. And that's never good, you know, never good. So I haven't eaten anything today, and it is 1:21 my time, and I'm starting to feel a little bit of the effect. I think I could hold out till 3 though. Like that's my goal. Let me get to 3 and then I'll eat. But the struggle is real, folks. Like, this is not easy. But I think it's going to be good for my body, and it's going to be good for my health overall. If I just consume a little less calorie. And because, I mean, mathematically speaking, now let's talk the math of dieting right now, right? Mathematically speaking, all the physical fitness gurus are like, oh, well, you want to make sure that you eat 80 times a day or 6 times a day. Let's be more serious, but eat 6 times a day, but have little meals to keep your metabolism all the way up, to do this, and this, right? Okay. I have a struggle with eating 6 meals that I have a struggle eating 6 meals that are tiny. And I've tried this before and I fail miserably. And, you know, there's like the whole idea for, you do this and you have to like meal plan and stuff like that. That, boy, I wish I could do that. I don't think I can. And I don't know. Like I'm reading some of you guys. Okay, so you guys feel the same. It's a very hardcore task to ask somebody to, you know, eat that many meals a day and meal plan and do it. I'd almost feel better just skipping meals at that point then and saying, you know, screw it. I'm just not going to eat it. And then I'll eat, you know, and I don't know how much irreparable. Okay, I don't understand how there is this science behind the metabolism. You know, like there's this idea that there's not even a measurable for it. Is there? You just you look at how many calories you ate versus how many calories you burnt off if you were working your ass off the whole day and running around and walking around, you burn more calories. So isn't the math not necessarily how much did you eat, but or how many times did you eat, and what your metabolism burn rate is, and all these other factors. And isn't the math just okay? How much did you consume today versus how much did you burn? That isn't sugar, and that will tell us if you lost weight or not. Like I'm almost like curious. Like, isn't that more the goal than um, uh, the idea of uh, lowering the amount of consumption of meals, or eating more meals to lose weight? That never really stuck with me, and maybe someone in here is a nutritionist or something like that that can explain it better. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. It made no sense to me, and it looks like hearing from you guys, you're all kind of saying the same thing. Like, uh, let's see. Um, Sitsville says they do one meal a day, and he or she feels awesome. Um, Preacher says it. They do it. Fish, I know, does it. Everyone burns fat muscle at a different rate. You're absolutely 100% correct. Everyone does. I wish I was one of those people that could pull that in. I've never been that person. Let's see. So this is going to be my collider for my water fountain. And I'm just doing this just to keep the player from walking in through my fountain. I mean, we can get far more precise with this. Truthfully, we could. And I'm going to make sure I bring this down. And when we play test this, we'll be like, oh, we need to do this, 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 and this. And same thing with like the character. We could add more. We can add more vertices to collide with on that statue. Let's see. Agreed. I don't think one plan will suit every individual. I just, I was thinking about it. I'm like, if I'm planning on losing weight, is there a sense in eating that much, or is there a sense of maybe if I just consumed less, the effect would be the same? Like if I have one meal a day or 1.5 meals a day, and that is a total of 1,200 calories, would the effect be as equal as eating 6 small meals a day? And does that really adjust the metabolism that much? I don't know. Just random talk, that's all it is. Trying to keep everyone's mind off Corona. All right, let's add these column colliders in. Let's see, where are these column colliders? I have one right here. And right there. And right here. And I don't have one over there. I think that's all the colliders for this room. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, nope, I'm missing the ramp right there. I started counting these chickens early. Let's grab this. Let's see, sugar is evil. Less sugar, I turn into fat cells. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going for, fish, is definitely reduce or eliminate sugar out of my meals, make my body convert food into sugar versus just giving it sugar. Make it take that extra step to convert. Yeah, yeah. I agree. Well, I need to do weight loss, otherwise I'm gonna start falling into diabetes territory, and I don't want that. That's nothing that sounds like fun to me. Okay. So we did the colliders here. Let's do the colliders for the liquor room, which should be pretty quick. Yeah, I went to the doctor, and the doctor's like, "You're getting close to pre-diabetic." I'm like, "Oh, I hate needles more than I like food. We need to fix that." What was that? There we go. All right, let's get this floor in. And I think once we do, we should be close to being finished with this level design. I'm curious, do we have any experienced game developers in the chat? And if so, tell us what you worked on. Let me go ahead and grab some walls. Let's see. I know one of my artists that I work with. There's do you guys remember the Walking Dead game? Yeah, what is it called? The Walking Dead game. There's a couple of them. He worked on. There's more games than this. Let's see. He worked on. It wasn't the one made by these guys. It was the different one. It was a recent first-person shooter. Overkill. Yeah, that's it. So he worked on this one as an artist. I don't know if it did very well. Ouch! Nope. Look at these scores. That's not good. But his art was amazing. I mean, it was very pretty. I guess there's a lot of technical problems with it. But let's see. As far as look goes, it looks pretty solid. I mean, that looks good. There's no doubt about it. That looks really good. Define experience. I mean, working on your own games, working on other people's games, or did Unity stuff. I mean, if you did, you did. You didn't, you didn't. Who cares? Let's see. Yeah, that game it was marred by issues, but um, he did good work. He does good work in general. You do, yeah, you are. You definitely do run the risk. Um, yeah, people got very it's like they got very protective of the Walking Dead franchise, and then all of a sudden, the same people are like, "I hate it. I hope it burns to the ground and it never exists ever again." It's like, whoa. And it all started because of the whole Negan thing. But you ask me, Negan was probably the most interesting character in Walking Dead in a long time. It got a little harsh, but it certainly was interesting. Um, I don't know. I feel like Walking Dead's kind of. They could salvage it. They really could. And I still got to see. I'm having a hard time getting through season 9. I could barely keep attention to it at this point. And it's not a knock on the acting or anything. It's just I there's just like this vacuum right now of purpose, I guess. So I just feel like they're just walking from one area to another. They run into zombies, somebody dies. Then they walk to another area and somebody dies. And it's that lack of purpose, I guess, that's kind of killing the vibe for me in the game. Or I'm sorry, in the show. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Adam makes a great point. It just seems like after Alexandria, find a safe place. Oh wait, fight with someone else for it. Um, oh yeah, RE2 is a absolutely. And have you seen footage of RE3? Oh my gosh! Like I didn't think they could make it look better, and they managed to pull it off. It's outstanding, the visual fidelity of RE3. It's scary at this point. Like I could truly say that I think a movie of RE3 would look ugly with all their tricks in comparison to what they did graphically for it already. I mean, it's absolutely stunning. It is truly a marvel what they did. All right. And I'm just going to set these colliders on these tables. Um, Not necessarily to put stuff on, it's just to make sure that the player doesn't walk through it, is what it is. I haven't watched the last 3 to 4 seasons. Well, let me tell you what happens. Okay, so we put the colliders on everything. I think I think we can start testing this area out. So we're going to turn all these on. All right. Let's go turn on our lighting and our post-processing. And we need to go, this is set to static. That's good. Static. Good, good. Static. good and good. And entrance, static, good and good. Okay, we're going to go to occlusion culling. We're going to go to bake, clear, and bake. And that's going to compute our occlusion culling. So it's going to take everything that is set to static, and it's going to convert that. So if I visualize, my character controller is over here, and it's looking this direction. So where are you? There you are. You're over here. Yes, and you could see what it could see. That's it. I can't see anything else, which reduces the amount. So then we're going to go back to edit mode, and this is where things get really slow. Is we're going to save this, and I'm going to set this to like 32, 500, 500. And let's click some generation of lighting. And this is going to sit here and think for a while. But the good thing is we're running a GPU renderer, so it will go a lot faster. But this is a slow process. And this is when I wish I had like a 2080 to go to town with, but I don't. So we'll make it work. But yeah. Okay. So while that is going on, yes, let's I think this would be cool. RE3. Like this graphically is insane.
Hey, Captain. This fine young lady could use our help.
Carlos, you didn't even think to ask fine young lady her name? She is an elite operative of RP, 1,000 civilians.
Like, this doesn't impress.
Correction, undead.
That is just, look at the lighting, look at everything. The hair shader is insane. It's just absolutely insane. Look at that. That you could see the specular off of it. Look at the hair easily blend into the skin. That is just, the work is so good. So good.
All right.
Now, let's take a look at this environment. Okay. I want you to see the stairs. Okay, watch the stairs. Watch the feet. See if you notice. Yeah, you don't, because you never see your feet. It's all smoke and mirrors. Solid lighting. Look at that. So pretty.
Jill? It's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You might get in the subway infrastructure back.
See, that's the same.
And how do
I think
I do
that's the
that?
same walk cycle.
By restoring power. I'll navigate you to the substation once you hit the main road.
Copy that. Let's do this.
Oh, it's a slightly different walk cycle. Look at that. That's beautiful. You're 100% right, Tom. The uncanny valley gets smaller and smaller. We're gonna try a third person. It's not gonna look nearly as good as this. Let's get expectations into a good spot. We're not gonna look nearly as good as this, but we are gonna have fun and see what we can come up with. this is where it gets extremely amazing. Let's look at this city environment. Oh my goodness.
Poor survivors. Gotta get that train moving.
Oh. Look at those body physics. Oh, so good. Look at this nice little alley. I don't see any reflections really yet. I don't think there's any water. Okay, here we go. I don't know if they're dead. Beautiful road textures. Look at that. Look at that road. Nice little paint. You see the metallic difference between the two? Let's see something. How's this going? Oh, it's getting close. Is there a way to determine how many samples you need? You just got to test it, dude. All right. And even then, I don't know if we got enough samples here. Yeah, look at that. Splotchy hell. But let's give it a play. So now we hit, oof, where's the scene? Oh, did we not set? This is static? That's why it's dragging. Oh, because we didn't bake the occlusion culling. Clear, bake. Okay. And let's see here. So I want to see visualize. All right, so now that's gone. So let's go ahead and play. All right, we're back at 65. That shouldn't occur. So how do we, yes, we need to see if there's like a Z buffer to this. Like a maximum distance for occlusion culling. That will fix this. Is that it? That's the furthest point. So let's do 20. I just want to test this and see if that will affect my occlusion culling. No. Oh, I need to go. Not in preview, but occlusion culling. Show visualize. Oh, I think that's starting to work, right? My frame rates are at 90. Look at that. All right. So that's a little snappy. We'll have to fix that. Yeah, we definitely still need more samples here. We got to fix the AO. We go through this hallway. Go down here. Now, hold on, let's see. Oh, so we have some occlusion culling here. So we got to fix that. Maybe that distance is too short. And we'll definitely find out in this room. I can't walk over here. Ooh, splotchy hell. Look at that. All right. And you could definitely see it over there. You see that culling distance. So let's see what we can do here. In our main camera, I'm going to go to inspector. The far distance will make this 40. Now, in occlusion culling, let's see. I know. Let's set this to 50. And let's clear. And let's bake. And let's see if this reduces the amount of culling that occurs. So visualize. Still chugging along right here. I'm curious. In bake, it says the threshold. So a value of 100 never removes any back faces. A value of 5 is aggressive. So let's take a look at aggressive. Clear, bake. Hold on one sec. I'll call you back.
Hey, what's up, man?
I'll call you back.
Yep.
John, I'm on stream. All right, visualize. Oh, this is, I think, super aggressive. But let's see what this does. Yeah, I could still see through. All right. 25. Yeah, that's still. I gotta look at this. See. Oof. Yeah, it's still. Oh, I'll go to visualize. Yeah, as soon as I turn the corner, yeah, see, it's rendering all the stuff in the other hallway. Interesting. I wonder why. So let's do an internet search here. Unity. Let's see. I don't know. Well, you know, John and I, we do so many of these things that eventually you just get to the point and you're like, man, let's see. Can't keep watching everyone's stuff.
Unity 3 is optimized right into the Unity engine. This gives you an occlusion culling system that is very easy to set up and very powerful. This is a scene with no
This is
because
3.
object.
I don't know, guys. This is weird. I wish there was some more. Let's take a look at this main camera. If there's something that will give us, we know occlusion culling is on. Because right here, all this is doing is making sure that that's good. Let's see, where's the occlusion culling? I want to see edit or visualize, I'm sorry. The visualize is actually working better, or the minimizing far clipping is working better. But right here, here's a fine example. Being in this position, I shouldn't be able to see that hallway, period. I just shouldn't. I shouldn't be able to, and it makes no sense why I am. Now, I saw something. Called an occlusion area. Okay. I'm curious what this will bring. So I'm going to stick this right here. Okay. So go back to this perspective. And let's see. If I go to occlusion, bake, visualize. Why does it see that area? Interesting. Let me turn this on and off. It doesn't change a single thing. Let me move this like here. Let's test that again. Oops, not this one. Let's see. Let me check clear and bake. Let's see if I have this on. Does it change things? Interesting. That's weird. That is really weird. I haven't had this issue before. This is set to static with occluder culling. I think I only have one camera in scene. Let's see. Yeah, this camera is not even active. Let's see. I don't see any little gearbox that gives me extra options. Yeah, turning rooms on and off through door animations, that's a possibility. But, you know, it's one of those things where if a company advertises that this is what it does, I want it to do it. I don't want, like, this half-ass thing. And if I'm doing it wrong, I want to know it too. But I feel like I'm doing this right. Select an area. Occlusion area. Hold on. That's all that is. Interesting. Yeah, you'd figure. Let's see. Yeah, that's not going to work. Let's see. The size of the smallest object that will be used to hide other objects when doing occlusion culling. For example, if a value of 4 is chosen, then all the objects that are higher or wider than 4 meters will block visibility, and the objects that are smaller will not. The trade-off between occlusion accuracy and storage size. Okay, hold on. This may be it. The size of the smallest object that will be used to hide. I'm curious. If I set this to 2. It's still showing. Let's see. Let's give this a play. I'll take a look at this. Okay. I don't see the main hallway. Yes. All right. I don't see the main hallway here. This is good. Still running at 102 frames a second. Now the main hallway is starting to come in. I don't see, oh, I do see a room over here. And you know what I think it is? It's because of this doorway. You see this doorway? I can look through it because that's not set to static. I think that was it, boys. I think that was it. Yeah, boys! I think that was it! Yeah! Okay. So let's extend the far clipping to, let's say, 50. Oops. Occlusion. Clear. Bake. Visualize. Still seeing that over there. And why is that? Oh, it's because that door is not set to static. I could see that area because I could see through this door. Let's fix that. Door. Inspector. do 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 do. Okay, baking. All right, let's go back and play. Oh, and let's visualize. Oh, where's this door? There we go. Look at that. That's right. So we got to fix that transition right there. I think there's a double floor. No. Move over here. Let's see. I'm at 126. I'm at 67 FPS. And that's because this door is not set to static. So I should be able to see right through it. And I get the flash because my image has to recalculate the exposure, and this is 80 frames a second. So I go into here. Here's the room, assets in the room, and then here's our main hallway. That door is still set to non-static, so I got to make sure that's done. But otherwise, there we go, boys. There we go. We did it. We freaking did it. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. All right. So, what I need to do now is... Yeah, you're right, Tom. We could add a collider to the door if we're not planning on opening it or shutting it. As long as there's something... Well, I don't know if it's collider. As long as it's static... the collider doesn't matter. It's as long as it's static, then you can't see through it. Okay, so yes, exactly. We need the door to be non-static. So we need to think about that. Okay, so guys, we did awesome here. So what I need to do, and just to kind of review, we needed to change the smallest occluder. I set it to 1 instead of 5, and it was able to pick up all the occlusion culling. But my sampling is still way off. So I'm going to go through and mess with the sampling rates and see if I can get this to look beautiful. And then when I hop back on again, then we will go over and check out what I did. And then I think at that point, we'll be ready to start playing with the character controllers, the doors, all that other stuff. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a break, though. I'm going to head out and see the family for the next couple days. So I probably won't be on until sometime next week. So you got a couple days without me, but you'll manage. You'll survive. You guys are strong. But it's been a lot of fun. I feel like we learned a lot. Hey, Adam, Greg, Thomas, Fish. I don't know if there's anybody else. Ors, Remy, all you guys. Thank you for like hanging out with me with this. This is fun. You guys are my boys, and we'll do this some more. We'll get the other rooms together, and yeah, let's see how far we can get with this. I'd like to also cut up some decals and get that on the wall so that it would look incredible, and then we'll go from there. But yeah, we got something going, boys. I mean, we literally got something that's running at a low point 60 frames a second, a high point 100 plus frames a second. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, guys, I'm gonna head on off. I gotta give John a call, see what he wanted, and then kind of take care of stuff. But thank you for hanging out, and you take care. I will catch you guys later, and have a good rest of your week. All right, and these streams should be up, so if you need to catch up, you can catch up again. All right, guys, you take care, and have a good one. See ya.